The following is a production of Golden Boy Media and Entertainment.
Downtown Los Angeles skyline, 7 fights coming your way for another edition of the LA Fight Club. And Jousce Gonzalez from Glendale has a big crowd coming his way, as does from Miami, Florida, Niko Valdez. That's next on Ring TV. Sun is setting on the first Friday in December, the final edition of the LA Fight Club for 2016. And we're going to go out with a bang. Every single show here from the Belasco Theater always brings out the fireworks. No different expected tonight. Things won't get frozen inside the Belasco Theater because the crowd gets in and they fire it up. It's sold out. They were waiting since 4 o'clock. Doors open at 4:45, and there we go. Beto Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. And it's working towards the main event, which features Abraham Lopez in his first fight since after taking on Julian Ramirez. He takes on Sergio Lopez. 7 good fights coming your way. News and notes from Steve Kim, of course. Lots of good information. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the United States or around the world. Beto Duran, Doug Fisher, and Steve Kim. And Doug, I'm going to start with you. The final edition of the LA Fight Club. This is a place where, you know, equivalent to baseball, it's like the minor leagues, but the kids are quickly rising. We're seeing tomorrow stars today.
Yeah, it's basically, it's a farm system. This is where these guys tell us who they are. And they also let the promoter, Golden Boy Promotions, know how good they are, how fast they can be moved, or how slow they need to be moved in order for them to develop to the next step. And we've already seen some guys graduate into the world-class level, earning contender status, fighting on HBO, guys like Joseph Diaz Jr. And guys
Steve,
like in our main event tonight,
exactly.
Abraham Lopez.
Abraham Lopez, last time we saw him, he was the undercard at the StubHub Center. A good battle with Julian Ramirez. And Steve, it's always good for a fighter to be able to sell out a building, and also when you get the top billing like Abe Lopez does tonight.
No, there's no doubt about it. And from about 2012 to about 2015, he took a sabbatical from the sport of boxing, rebuilt himself right in this platform, was a regular participant at the Belasco Theater, and then on the night of June 4th, he took on Julian Ramirez, and now he's at 21-0-1, and he looks to stamp himself as a legitimate contender in the featherweight division.
Abraham Lopez takes on tough veteran Sergio Lopez from Ensenada, Mexico. And Abe, 29 years old, from La Puente, about 15 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, where we're at. There you see in that fight, a lot of people had it going for Julian Ramirez, Steve.
Right, and this was actually on the Solito Vargas undercard at the StubHub Center in Carson, California. It was the co-feature on HBO, and Doug, I think it was a well-contested bout, but we have to be honest about it. I think the majority of press row had that young man, Julian Ramirez, winning that fight.
Yeah, it was good and bad news for Abe Lopez. The good news is that he got the decision. He won the NABA title, which gave him an automatic top 10 ranking within the World Boxing Association. Bad news is most folks who watched it thought that Ramirez won the fight. And even worse news, a lot of folks didn't care who won the fight because it wasn't that entertaining. And if you ask most people at ringside, well, who wasn't making it entertaining? They would have pointed at Abe Lopez. So I think tonight he needs to remind people that he's not only an up-and-comer, that he can be entertaining.
And Beto, you talked about this being a minor league. Well, basically, Abe Lopez got a shot at the big show. He won, but he did not impress. But that's why he got called back down to AAA.
The co-feature tonight, Oscar Negrete, undefeated bantamweight from Colombia, now living in Southern California, Doug.
Yeah, and this is a guy who had an extensive amateur career. He's mature. He's 28 years old. So even though he has the record of a prospect, we can't treat him like a prospect. Yeah. This is somebody who needs to be moved fast. And if you ask me, this is sort of his last stay busy fight of 2016. I believe Golden Boy Promotions is going to set him loose in the bantamweight division in 2017.
And Doug, you take a look at the landscape of 118. Some of the belt holders, very respected Japanese fighter Shinsuke Yamanaka. But the other guys like Rashi Warren, Lee Haskins, and Marlon Topless, as I like to say, Jeff Chandler ain't exactly walking through that door.
Yeah, those are Jags, Steve.
Yeah, just another guy.
And these are guys that I believe that Oscar Negrete can compete with. I think he just needs maybe another really good 10-rounder, beat somebody who's in the top 10 or 15, turn him loose against one of the belt holders.
Our first fight is in the ring right now, but as always, we're very active on social media. Check out the Golden Boy Snapchat, Instagram, and Twitter accounts throughout the night. And for us, use the hashtag RingTVLive. See your tweets on the screen. Let us know where you're watching us from. We know we got a big following in Australia. We know we got Ireland watching us because they think Jason Quigley's fighting, but he's not. He will be in attendance tonight, though. But thank you to everybody. Use the hashtag RingTVLive. We do appreciate you checking in with us. We know everybody in Philadelphia is watching. That's where Linus is at. But also, our first man in the ring is Todd Unthank-May. He's from Philadelphia, out of the Bernard Hopkins stable. And Bernard.
And Casa Mexico Tequila. It's in the tank. We are set to go with our first bout this evening. 6 rounds scheduled in the cruiserweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red trimmed in white. He weighed officially 176 3/4 pounds. In 5 professional bouts, his record stands perfect with 5 victories. No defeats, 1 win by way of knockout. Fighting out of Monterrey, Mexico. Here is the undefeated Najera. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wears black with gray. He weighed in 175 1/2 pounds. He too stands perfect in 9 bouts, 9 victories, and no defeats. Fighting out of the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, PA, the undefeated Todd Unthank-May. And your referee in charge of the action is Jack Reese.
And Jack Reese is our third man in the corner. They're taking off the T-shirt of Todd Unthank-May.
The center, please.
There you go, Jack. Take charge, baby.
All right, I gave you both instructions. I just want to remind you, listen, obey my commands at all time, protect yourself at all time. Play duro, play limpio, fight hard, fight clean. Good luck.
And we are ready to go. 6 rounds in what is called the cruiserweight division. And here's the tail of the tape, Doug.
Yeah, Todd Unthank-May is 2 inches taller at 6'2". Najera is 2 years younger at age 25, and Unthank-May has a significant reach advantage.
Ready to go. Opening bout, opening round of the final LA Fight Club at the Belasco Theater. A sold-out crowd expected as always. Todd Unthank-May, 9-0, 3 KOs. He's in the black trunks out of Philadelphia. Sparring partner, Bernard Hopkins, has some power. Daniel Najera, southpaw, out of Monterrey, Mexico. He's 5-0, only 1 KO in his young career. May, a southpaw. Turned pro in 2011. And then a 3-year hiatus. He was incarcerated, so that's part of his story. Wrong crowd, wrong place. And when he was in jail, said all he could think about was getting back into the ring. Stayed focused, returned to the ring in March of this year, a 6-round decision. First time fighting in Southern California. He's very serious, all business.
Yeah, and speaking of incarceration, that is part of the storyline of Bernard Hopkins, who spent some time at the Graterford Institute back in his days of ill repute.
2 Guns is his nickname. He's in the black. West Philadelphia, where he's from.
Beto, early on, you could tell there's a real soft underbelly for Najera, and you could see May digging in early on with both hands, and in fact, done a little switch hitting here in round number 1.
Targeting that flabby midsection.
Najera, nicknamed Kubo. K-U-B-O. That's some good body work there from Todd Unthank-May.
I was impressed with May in his last fight. You and I were there. Ooh, just got caught. Yep. The left hand from Najera. Najera is not here to lay down. He's taken a lot of punishment. letting his hands go with a minute left in the round. But I was impressed that May could come off of 2 years of inactivity and take on somebody.
Shot hurt Najera right on the button of delayed reaction. I don't know if he's going to get up. That one's finished. He got hit hard, and it is over. Todd Unthank-May with a first round KO. A lot of support from Chile, his barber. Bang, bang. Mitch Allingang out there in West Philadelphia where they work out of. Cousin of Damon Allen, the Golden Boy prospect who's watching tonight. And Bernard Hopkins also watching. Malik Scott with him. And they're really high on this young fighter, Todd May.
Yeah, like I was saying before he knocked out Najera, the guy that he fought after being away from the ring for 2 years, Alexander Johnson, this is a guy who's a spoiler, kind of a gatekeeper, who had given legitimate top 10 light heavyweights tough fights before taking on Unthank-May. Unthank-May dropped him twice, and something that I was really impressed with, he actually got hurt himself. He had a wobbly moment that he had to overcome, and he did that. Let's watch some highlights from his first round knockout, though.
And it was a
Left
sweeping left hook.
Yeah.
And the majority of left hooks that May threw here in round number 1 were to the body. You could see it right over the top, just twisting, turning over the elbow, and hits him right on the side. And Najera is clear at 5-0. Perfect example of a record being actually better than the fighter itself.
Absolutely. He was unbeaten, but against very nondescript opposition. And he was nondescript.
Yeah.
16 seconds, round number 1. Referee Jack Reese reaches the count of 10 for your winner by KO victory. He is still undefeated. Todd Two Guns Unthank-May.
There he is. Was taken to the gym by his brother Fresh when he was 14 years old. And here he is now at 10-0. Todd Unthank-May, he'll be joining the fourth member of our crew tonight, Jessica Gonzalez, in a couple of moments. And yeah, that got him on the button, huh?
Yeah, he timed it just right because Najera was leaping in. And as Steve alluded to, he turns it over. And I would expect that kind of technique from somebody who trains with the executioner, Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins, he's trained at Johan's gym in Philadelphia, but he's going to be here in Southern California, I think, come Tuesday. Might actually spar next week, and Unthank-May is going to stick around here in the greater LA area to spar with Hopkins.
And let's go to Jessica Gonzalez, who's in the ring with Todd May.
All right, Todd, congratulations on that first round knockout. It seems like you spent more time flying here to Los Angeles than you did here at the Belasco, but how do you feel about that performance?
I feel great. First and foremost, I want to say all praise is due for a loss, depending on what the island. Without God, this wouldn't be possible. Thanks to my team, thanks to Golden Boy Promotions. And, you know, I feel great. You know, this is my second fight off of a 28-minute layoff. I had another long layoff because of the injury, but now in 2017, I'm ready to keep it moving so I can be a little bit more smooth, a little seasoned, you know what I mean?
So after having that layoff, did you expect to come in and knock your opponent out so quickly?
You never know what's going to happen in the ring. You know, a lot of people is telling me, oh, you're going to knock him right out. He came to fight, you know, and he already get credit for walking in the ring with another man. But, you know, I didn't think about the knockout. I was thinking about I was trying to keep myself as calm as possible. I possess one-punch knockout power. You know, the body shots did it, though. It was the body shots. That's the only thing I was focused on, using my jab, going to the body.
Todd, you have spent some time sparring with Bernard Hopkins. What have you learned from him, and did we see any of those skills tonight?
Oh, yeah, just taking your time. Like I said before, patience. I learned patience from him. And, yeah, some of the work was definitely good. It helped me get ready for this joint. So I learned patience from Bernard, and I tried to use patience. I got away from it just a little bit, but, you know, we're going to go back in the gym, work harder. Next time y'all see me, I'm going to be way better. West Philly, what's up?
Todd, thank you so much, and of course, congratulations.
I'm going to dedicate this fight to my Aunt Grace. She died this Monday. That just passed. Cousin Tommy, I love you. I'm going to dedicate this fight to everybody in West Philly. All my homies, y'all know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. All right, we'll send it back to you, Beto.
Jessica Gonzalez with Todd Unthank-May, who is now 10-0. trained by Damon Allen Sr. and Slow Harrison. So when you talk about Philly and Damon Allen, yes, Damon Allen, I know you're watching back home in Philadelphia. Yes, I got the text. Fly, Eagles, fly. Yes, we know you reside in Pennsylvania. All right, it's enough Eagles talk for you right there. But Todd Unthank-May had the shot. But when Doug, you know Bernard a lot. You actually sat down a lot with him getting ready for his final fight. When he goes and takes time to work with you, that says a lot about you, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, and fighters pay attention when Bernard Hopkins talks. And actually, when Bernard is addressing a boxer, he's not talking. It's a lecture. You're listening to a professor. You know, there's been a lot of talk about who's going to be Bernard Hopkins' head trainer going into this final one against Joe Smith Jr. It doesn't matter.
He's
Bernard,
had one.
Yeah.
It's called Bernard Hopkins.
Yes, exactly. Bernard
honestly,
Hopkins has forgotten more about boxing than most trainers today will probably ever learn.
Yeah,
and that's no disrespect to any trainer out there.
His original trainer that really set the foundation was a great old man by the name of Bowie Fischer, God rest his soul. Truly one of the wizards of the sport. He passed away several years ago.
All the secrets from the golden age, from the 40s and 50s, Bowie Fischer imparted that into Bernard Hopkins. So when Bernard Hopkins talks to a young fighter, somebody like Todd Unthank-May, of course they listen. They want to absorb everything like a sponge.
I've said that the middleweight version of Bernard Hopkins, people don't believe me, but look at the highlights. You were entertained by. I think the latter version, the light heavyweight version of Bernard Hopkins, you're educated by. And there's a huge difference. I think there have been two different versions of the Executioner the past, I'd say, 15, 20 years.
December 17th at the Forum in Inglewood, California. Go buy your ticket to Ticketmaster or go to the Golden Boy website to get that. And that's a stacked card that starts at 2:30 in the afternoon in Inglewood, Doug's backyard. He's going to run over there.
Yeah, I'll be hanging out.
There's going to be some tailgates ready to go. And it's like our second fight tonight is ready to go. That's Gerardo Molina in the red from Saltillo, Mexico. He's getting his gloves checked by Raul Caiz Sr., the referee for tonight, and he's taking on Francisco Esparza from Las Vegas, undefeated 4-0, and he's ready to make his ring walk right now.
Esparza out of Las Vegas, Nevada, was a decent amateur, but really learning on the job, learning a lot from his trainer, former two-time junior middleweight champion Fernando Vargas, showing us that he can be ferocious like El Feroz was once in the ring. A lot of overhand rights. His technique has gotten a little bit better. This is his last fight, Steve. You see, he kind of feinted a little bit before letting the right go, and the right was nice and straight. You didn't see that the first 2 or 3 fights from Esparza. We're seeing better technique now.
And Doug, you mentioned the name Ferocious Fernando Vargas. I'm seeing him across the ring in the ring corner jacket, making his way as a trainer. It was right around 16 years ago, as we date both of us, Doug. We are at the Mandalay Bay as he took on Felix Trinidad in one of the most memorable fights I think we have covered ringside.
Right.
Here we go, fight fans. Our next bout tonight, 4 rounds. This in the featherweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red trimmed in white. He weighed in 127 3/4 pounds. He enters the ring tonight for the 4th time as a professional, hailing from Saltillo, Mexico. Here is Gerardo Molina. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue trimmed in white, weighed in officially 127 1/4 pounds. His professional record in 4 bouts, 4 victories, no defeats. 1 win by way of knockout from Las Vegas, Nevada, the undefeated Francisco El Alacrán Esparza. Referee in charge of the action is Raul Caiz.
Ok, muchachos, ya les di las instrucciones. Golpes aquí, tú traes los calzones un poquito alto. Golpes aquí están perfectamente bien. Dense la mano y buena suerte a los dos.
Raul Caiz Sr., the 3rd man in the ring. The Tell the Tape, brought to you by Doug Fischer.
Esparza, 8 years younger at age 21. He is 3 inches taller, and his wingspan is 3 inches longer.
El Alacrán is his nickname. Francisco Esparza, the Scorpion. That's where he's from. He was El Alacrán from Durango. That's where his dad is from. His mom is from Guatemala. Scorpions are known to be in that area of Durango, Mexico, just like Jose Vitela, who watches us every single Friday. And Alecran comes out stinging right away in the blue trunks. Well, they're slugging it right away. This is different for Cisco Esparza.
And Beto, keep this in mind, Gerardo Molina has been stopped and won by Ruben Villa, highly regarded prospect that was signed by Thompson Boxing, best known to the amateurs for actually besting the highly regarded silver medalist Shakur Stevenson. So keep that in mind.
Left from Esparza. Coming out slugging right away. That's what happens in Fight Club. You call it Fight Club, they're going to come at it. Trained by ferocious Fernando Vargas. You guys mentioned that fight against Tito Trinidad. It was that long ago, huh?
16 years ago today, right, Steve?
Yeah.
That was December 2nd. Wow. Time flies.
One of the most heroic efforts in a losing cause I think I've ever seen. Within the first 90 seconds, I believe, he nearly had his head taken off by 2 hatchet-like left hooks.
I thought the fight was over.
Yeah, and then he actually rallied to score a knockdown in the 4th and was well into the fight till about the 10th or 11th round when his resolve really started to give out.
Gerardo Molina in the red, 29 years old, 1-2. Fought as an amateur. Works as a security guard right now in Chihuahua, Mexico. But he wanted to turn pro earlier, but life came at him.
Life happens.
Always loved the sport. Here he is, has a chance now that he's married, settled down, has a job, trains every single day, loves everything about the sport of boxing. He's
Right
in there
now.
with a youngster named Esparza.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what to do with this offense from Esparza. Backing up. He's not punching back, and when he does open up, he gets clipped to the head. When he backpedals, he gets nailed to his midsection. Nice jab to the body from Molina.
Esparza, we've seen him, all of his fights, opened up here at the Belasco Theater last September. Also fought in Las Vegas at the Hard Rock. Slowly progression. He's one of those fighters where you're going to need the pacing with him.
I mean, listen, he's never going to be a freshman All-American, as they say in college football. He's going to need a redshirt year, and it's going to take some time. You can see what he has. He has the natural aggression. He has the temperament of a fighter, but technically he does seem to push his punches a little bit. I think he needs to be a little bit better with this front side and be more active with that jab. He really gives away that left hook as he puts a lot of weight on that front foot, so he does telegraph that particular punch.
Good opening round between Esparza and Molina. Jessica Rosales working the ring. What do you have on Esparza, Jess?
Hey, so Esparza lives in Las Vegas and is doing what many fighters do, balancing that life of a boxer and a student. He currently goes to UNLV. He told me that was the best school for his major, which is, of course, being an entrepreneur. I told him, when you go to college, how are you going to find time to also do an internship? Well, he and his family plan to open a business early next year, and he said if that's not real life experience, then he really doesn't know what is, guys.
Entrepreneur major at UNLV. They're going to open up Primo's Autos. They're opening up a used car lot in Las Vegas.
Greg Anthony and Larry Johnson approved, Beto.
And the late great Tark would always love a car dealership. We're seeing that more and more now. Guys that are boxers are thinking outside of the ring.
I still remember years ago during the beginning days of the Baby Bull, Juan Diaz. He actually did go to college, University of Houston, one of the affiliates. Had a goal to be a lawyer. I think he got his degree. I think he's still at it with boxing, though.
More news and notes from Steve Kim later on tonight, because Juan Diaz was supposed to fight recently, wasn't he?
Yeah, and my understanding is, Beto, that bulging disc injury, that might actually knock him out for his career.
Wow.
That seems to be the inside word.
Second round between Esparza and Molina. Second fight, 7 total on the card. Already saw Todd Unthank-May from Philadelphia with his first round KO. Esparza turns 22 later on this month. Good right hand. The only pro being trained by Fernando Vargas right now. The Feroz Fight Factory in Las Vegas, though, has a bunch of amateurs, though, on the brink, Fernando said. They go to tournaments, they win them. Guys are going to be turning pro maybe next year, in a couple years, starting to evolve.
And Beto, I think one of them include his son.
Yes, it does, Steve.
Yep.
And Fernando was made
Amado?
Yeah.
His name? Yeah. I remember him when he was a toddler.
Go ask Fernando about his 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
He showed me an Instagram video of her. She is a beast.
I believe it.
She's going to be the headliner of the Falls Fight Factory next amateur tournament. And Esparza.
I think it's great. Yeah, I think it's great that Fernando is so deeply involved with the amateur ranks, because his old trainer, Eduardo Garcia, the father of Robert Garcia, that's where he started. It was training kids. It was training in a community center in the La Colonia part of Oxnard, and he got lucky, basically. Some gyms walked in, to his gym, and Eduardo Garcia basically polished a diamond in the rough in Fernando Vargas.
Champion at 21, now he's the trainer. Here's Fernando Vargas, but right now we're watching El Gran Francisco Esparza in the blue, continuing to grow, evolve.
Take a look at Esparza's right hand. I think one of the things Fernando's going to have to work on is really shortening that right hand and straightening it out. He kind of wings that punch. At this level, he could probably get away with it. He leaves a lot of fat, as they say, on his punches. I think as you go down the line here, he faces better opposition. He leaves holes. He does have holes in his swing, as they say in baseball.
And that one didn't have a hole. That connected. Good right landed to the face of Molina, followed by a body shot by Esparza. Good solid round for the 21-year-old from Las Vegas, Francisco Esparza, and Raul Caiz Sr. has seen enough, and he jumps in and he stops it. A second round stoppage for Francisco Esparza. He's now 5-0 with 2 stoppages in his career.
I think that was a good stoppage by Raul Caiz Sr. I don't think Molina was going to do anything in the fight but take more punches. Once a contest is no longer a contest for me, I don't care if it stopped.
Well, that's what I call a New York City fight. It was all one-way traffic. We know exactly where that was going.
Right.
Listen, Gerardo Molina gave it his best, but again, he did get knocked out by Ruben Villa in 1. From the very beginning, that young man right there, Francisco Esparza, whatever technical flaws they have to clean up, came out very, very aggressively and set the tone early and often.
Francisco Esparza has served as a sparring partner for Jorge Linares.
Wow.
For Linares' last fight, when he went overseas, he was one of the sparring partners brought in. I'm like, what'd you learn about that? He goes, I learned what speed is.
Yeah, and you know what? And for a kid like that, and I've always said this, no matter who you are, even Floyd Mayweather and Oscar De La Hoya, during those first 10 to 15 fights, your sparring sessions in the gym will actually be more instructive and more difficult than the real fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, check.
Check it, Joe. Check it.
Hello.
Hi, Joe. We got you. The house don't. Let you see through your media.
Ladies and gentlemen,
There
here
you
comes
go,
the
Joe.
official time. 2 minutes, 39 seconds, round number 2. We have your winner by KO victory. He is still undefeated. El Alacran, Francisco Esparza.
Second stoppage for him. You're seeing the progression of Francisco Esparza, Doug.
I'm seeing small steps from Esparza in terms of his technique. I'm also seeing, just looking at his body, he's still maturing.
Yeah.
There's a difference. If you look at his physique now from his pro debut, he's still growing as a man. So it's going to take some time.
Yeah, still just 21 years old. He's got the natural temperament and attitude of a fighter. It's going to be the job of that man next to him right there, Fernando Vargas, to actually teach him how to fight. I think there's a lot of technical work they need to clean up right here.
Fernando Vargas was an excellent technician, but he was also an amazing natural talent.
Yeah.
And he has to realize he's not going to be able to move his fighters as fast as he himself was moved. But we're saying there's something there. If nothing else, he's a good TV fighter. Esparza is fun to watch. He lets his hands go. He's got a lot of heart.
He's good for me to put on my highlight reel and send it out there. And Jessica Rosales, speaking of highlight reels, what do you have over there, Jessica, with Francisco Esparza?
Well, right now we stay with the undefeated fighter right here, Esparza. Now, I do have to say that when we saw you yesterday at the weigh-ins, you still had a lot of energy. You told me you felt great. You were laughing, having a good time. What was it about this camp that helped you do so well tonight?
First of all, I want to thank God for this victory, because without him, we wouldn't be able to get this victory. We got a lot of good work. My coach, Fernando Vargas, he's awesome. My other coach, Jorge Capatillo, they helped me out a lot. We got a lot of great sparring. We got Jorge United, Gamboa, York's Gamboa. We got some great sparring in, so that really helped me out a lot.
Now, talking to the ref, he did say that he stopped the fight because he was just taking too much. Did you feel that you were hurting him, and did you try to go for that knockout in the second round?
Yeah, since the first round, I could hear him breathing really hard. I know the body shots were really starting to affect him, and we just kept putting pressure on, and as soon as I heard him with the right hand, and he kind of just like, I saw it in his eyes, that he was just done, so we just started putting more pressure in, and that was it.
We got to ask Fernando really quickly, because we were talking about the progression of this fighter here. What have you seen each fight? What is he doing better and better each time?
Well, he's doing everything I'm telling him to do, and Francisco's a very hard worker. He doesn't ever take any shortcuts. He listens to everything I tell him to do. I don't ever have to check on him and see if he's running or if we're going to work out today. I never have to chase him. So he's very dedicated, and that's something you want in a fighter. You know what I mean? That he's going to give it your 100%, just like I'm going to give him my 100%. So that's what I get from Francisco, and he's going to be world champion. You guys see.
All right, so a good listener, dedication, always does his job. Sounds like he's going to do pretty well as a business owner as well. We're going to go ahead and send it back to Beto and Doug.
He's now at 5-0. Let's check out the highlights of his fight for Francisco Esparza.
Steve, as you said, it was all one-sided. Esparza on the move, overhand rights, followed by left hooks. He couldn't miss to the head or the body of Molina. See, Molina, all Molina could basically do is cover up, not really offering anything back. It was a very good stoppage. And I think going forward also, we talk about the technical improvements. I think conditioning is going to be huge with Esparza. He's somebody who's going to have to deal in volume, and he's going to have to outwork most of his opponents. I don't see a lot of natural one-punch KO power, especially as the quality of his opposition moves up.
Thanks for watching here on ringtv.com. Beto Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. 2 fights in the books. Both of them have been stoppage, and there you see Jordan Alvarado 0-1. Yes, that's Jesus Soto Caras behind him. Caras met this kid at the weigh-in yesterday and said, hey, man, let me work your corner. Oh, you're hungry? Let's go have dinner. The kid went up to Soto Caras at the weigh-in and said, hey, can I get a picture with you, big fan? I respect you as a fighter. He ends up with somebody buying him dinner and a corner man.
Not bad. But that's the kind of guy JSK is. Just a man of the people.
Jose Soto Caras is the man who, when Golden Boy says, okay, what fighters want to come or we're going to invite, it's put Soto Caras down immediately, and then you fill out the rest of the list with him. And there you see it from El Paso, Texas, Jordan Alvarado, his opponent from the Fighting Gonzalez family of Glendora. There you see Cuñado in all black bringing him in. That is Jousce Gonzalez. There you see his dad behind him, Don Chuy, and his brother with a towel around him, Joet Gonzalez, who will be fighting December 17th at the Forum. He's actually the first one at 2:30. Make sure you check that one out. And Jousce Gonzalez, 2-0, but he's a good young fighter.
Yeah, we like what we see so far. He really reminds me of just a bigger version of his older brother, Joet. I don't want to say if he's better or lesser in any category than his brother, because we've only seen him twice, Steve. But yeah, I like what I see so far, obviously.
I get the sense he's not heavy-handed, doesn't have great bone-breaking power, but he's sharp, he's active, and he's very, very accurate. But again, let's get more of a read on him. Still only 2 fights into the process.
There you see it coming up, the one and only Joe Martinez, our ring announcer tonight.
Well, fight fans, we are set to go with the next bout tonight. 4 rounds, this in the super featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing white, trimmed with green and red, he weighed in officially 130 pounds. Entering the ring tonight for the second time as a professional, he looks for victory number 1, hailing from El Paso, Texas. Here is Jordan Alvarado. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wears green, trimmed in silver with both the flag of Mexico and the USA. He weighed in officially 129.5 pounds, and in 2 professional bouts has 2 victories, both coming by way of knockout. Here's the undefeated super featherweight from Glendora, California, Jousce Gonzalez. And your referee in charge once again is Jack Race.
Jousce. He's a good
This is a little bit high. It's fine over here. Mouthpiece. Mouthpiece. I gave you both instructions. Just want to remind you, listen and obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Fight hard and fight clean. Good luck.
Jack Reese, third man in the ring. Tail of the tape, Dougie.
They match up well, physically speaking. Gonzalez just 2 years younger. Their height is equal, and Gonzalez has a very slight reach advantage.
I want you to be first. Ready, bro? You ready?
Here we go, ready to go. This one, 4 rounds in the super featherweight division. Jousce Gonzalez in the green trunks. Yes, he's an Eagles fan. Fly, Eagles, fly. Born in 1995, 2-0. Both of his fights have been first round KOs. His opponent, Jordan Alvarado, trained by his father, has one fight under his belt. It was in April, a fight that went the distance. Jousce Gonzalez. Tito is his nickname, not from Trinidad, because his older brother Jousce basically didn't like him when he was born. So they kept saying, this is your brother, Josito, Josito. Jousce couldn't say it, called him Tito, and the name has stuck ever since. So everybody knows him as Tito. Trained by his father, Jesus Don Chewy. He's a boxing club, and he has a heavy punch, does Jousce Gonzalez.
Got good technique, too. I like the placement of his gloves as he stalks his opponent.
Yeah, one thing he seems to get is really good leverage. You can see he does a good job of bending his knees and then really punching with his legs, really creating a lot of inertia from the lower body.
Tall, lanky fighter, but he's strong. CrossFit Insurgent in West Covina is where he's working out of. The Azusa Boxing Club. Body work from Jousce Gonzalez. His brother Jousce is in the corner, switching to a southpaw. Uppercut, good shots landed. Alvarado takes a knee here in the first round.
3, look at me.
Out of
4,
quickly.
5.
There's some wear and tear.
6,
There's some blood on the bridge of the
7,
nose of Jordan
8. Are you
Alvarado.
okay? Raise your hands over your head. Give me your gloves. Protect yourself.
I mean,
Box.
you just don't protect
Short.
yourself. Less than a minute to go in the opening round. Brother Jousce, a pro. John Jairo, a standout amateur. His sister Jahira, and that is down for the second time, is Jordan
3,
Alvarado, a body
4,
shot.
5, 6,
He's shaking
7,
his head. That body
8,
shot took a toll.
9, 10.
And it is
So,
over.
you just better that way. You're right, stay down, stay down.
First round stoppage
Body
for
shot.
Jousce.
Body shot.
Tito
All right.
Gonzalez, 3-0. All of them have ended in the first round.
Well, Beto, I said he wasn't that heavy-handed. This fight, he was about as heavy-handed and hard-handed as the Philadelphia Eagles wide receivers. I like what I see. The one thing you cannot teach, Doug, is that frame. He's a 130-pounder. He probably may even go down to featherweight as he starts fighting for regional titles. He's got a long torso. He's got that classic puncher's physique, though.
Yeah, and like you noted, he's got the kind of technique that adds leverage to his punches. He's not the fastest guy. He's not that sort of explosive, dynamic athlete, but he's in very good condition. He's physically strong. Like his older brother, single-minded, very focused, very intense in there. We haven't seen a lot of him, but I enjoy what I see from him.
The one thing I do like about his technique, he's a tall, lean guy. He's got real good length, long limbs, but those tall guys that know how to be compact and short in real short, small areas, those are the guys that could really punch. I remember Diego Corrales being the archetype for that.
Yes.
Not saying this guy's going to be Chico, but early on, 3 fights in, I want to see more.
And then you see the shirt, Team Gonzalez 2003. That's the year that their dad, Jose, took his kids to the Azusa Boxing Club for the kids just to learn some self-defense, get out there. And after that, they have never left. Now, Don Chewy is one of the standout amateur coaches in Southern California. And Jessica Rosales is ready to speak. Actually, no, she's not. Oh, Joe Martinez is ready to go. What's up, Joe? You ready? No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes officially 2 minutes, 20 seconds of round number 1. Referee Jack Reese reaches the count of 10. Your winner by KO victory and still undefeated, Glendora's own Jousce Tito Gonzalez.
Jousce Tito Gonzalez from Glendora, Charter Oak High alum, 3-0, 3 first round KOs. And this time, take a chance to say hello to Adrian Garcia Marquez, Emmy Award winner, broadcaster for the Lakers Spanish broadcast. They're in Toronto. At halftime, he's watching us on the Ring TV website. Adrian,
nice of him.
Appreciate it. Thank you for watching us. And Jessica Rosales is ready to go, this time with the undefeated Jousce Gonzalez.
All right, this time I'm ready, Beto. Now we've got Jousce here, undefeated. Ultimately, it was the body shot that ended that fight for you tonight. Do you feel that that is the punch you have with your most power?
No, I feel like, all my punches, I practice all kinds of punches, different kinds of power. I try to set my power out because I know I have power. And, I seen the body shot open and, I took it. I heard him with the face shot with a good uppercut, cut him his nose. But after, I saw, he was focused on blocking the face. I was like, you know what, let me go downstairs, landed, and I put him away.
I know it's pretty hard to feel down after a victory like that, but is there ever some disappointment when a fight ends early like this, knowing that maybe you would have wanted more rounds?
No, I'm happy with the result each time I end the fight early. It shows that my hard work paid off. That's what I work for. If I can get him out of there in a second, I'm going to do it in a second. If it's the last second of the last round, whenever it comes, I'm ready to get him out of there.
You did have a special guest on standby today, your sister. We were going to interview her. You ended the fight a little early, though, but I was with her during that knockout. She said, I knew he was going to get it. I am so proud of him. What do you want to say to your sister? And kind of tell everybody the story of how she ended up here tonight.
It's just I want to tell her that I love her, but, she was actually supposed to leave November 28th back because, she's in the Army, and she was supposed to go back, to Colorado, but she managed to convince them to stay until the day after my fight, which is tomorrow. So she was able to come watch me fight. It means a lot. And, this is dedicated to her.
Being here for her brother, and he forgot to mention she'll be taking a very early flight tomorrow morning. We've got Joette here to my right, who we will be seeing December 17th at the Forum on Bernard Hopkins' card against Smith Jr. And of course, Joette, you were in the corner with your brother. What did you see tonight that you really liked from him?
I mean, he stayed calm. He got him out there in the first round, obviously. But I like the way his jab. He kept his jab on the outside. When he threw a punch, he countered off the jab, and he got him with some good uppercuts. Dropped him with an uppercut, dropped him with a body shot, and all those knockdowns were off the jab, so that was good.
Before I let you guys go off and celebrate, you got to tell me about fighting at the Forum. When they told you about that, that is a huge venue, a very historic venue, and it's going to be a very historic night.
Yes, I mean, the Forum, like I said, just the venue, it's a historic venue. They remodeled it and stuff like that, but it still has a lot of history. A lot of famous people been there, bands, artists performed there, and Lakers, obviously Lakers. And I'm just ready for it. Bernard Hopkins card, his last fight, historic event, and I'm ready to close out the year.
Thanks so much for the time. We'll have more on that fight later on. But tonight, we're going to let this guy go off and celebrate his undefeated record. Thanks again. Congrats on the victory. We're going to send it back to you guys ringside.
And Joette Gonzalez, once again, December 17th at the Forum. Get your tickets right now. And it sounds like he wants to take our job. Relax there, Joette. You're really good there,
He's
all right?
very good.
We've seen 3 fights, 3 stoppages. Joette Gonzalez in his 3rd professional fight. He had the first round KO. Let's look at the highlights from this one.
We're going to see what Joette was talking about. You don't see the jabs that set up these punches. The jabs enable him to get in close. Once in close, he worked those uppercuts overtime. Easily chopped down his opponent.
Yeah, I love the way he uses his legs to create power and leverage, and he does it in very short spaces. He does have that classic puncher's physique. 3-0, 3 early knockouts, but as I like to say, it's Chris Rock. You're doing what you're supposed to, but when you do that, you should try to look impressive, which he did tonight.
Well, this is something I was talking with Fernando Vargas yesterday about the win. It's like, when you're young, he's talking about his own fighter, people don't really want to see you going the distance.
No.
That's true. We want excitement, because that's how you build your name.
When I first met Fernando, it was right after the '96 Olympics, and I remember after a second, third pro fight, this is why he was more precocious than ferocious to me. He's literally the only young fighter I've ever seen that would be embarrassed by easy fights, and he would absolutely torture the likes of Carl Moretti, who at the time was the matchmaker for main events, and Kathy Duva and Dino Duva at the time. He would actually demand tougher fights, because that's how advanced he was as an amateur.
Keep the tweets coming. Use the hashtag RingTVLive. We'll send you the shout-outs later on. Steve Kim, News and Notes. More boxing coming from the Belasco Theater. Another edition of the LA Fight Club. You're watching Ring TV.
How I want to be remembered, only as a guy that worked hard and a guy that was willing to sacrifice whatever he had to sacrifice, his career, his life, his dedication, to prove that you don't have to lay down because others might say you should. You don't have to give up because others think you should. I want to leave a legacy that Bernard Hopkins is a damn man. And he was a man because he did things that other true men wouldn't do. And that's take the bull by the horns. I want to be remembered as a man that stood up when others wouldn't dare. When they mentioned 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, they said that old guy right there was the son of a gun. He stood up no matter who you was. And he spoke his mind no matter what you thought. Now I'm going to continue to do what I feel is right, no matter what the circumstance.
Final one, December 17th at the Forum. It's a pretty cool venue to go and check out Bernard Hopkins' final fight. Ring TV Live is brought to you by ringtv.com. Make sure to check out the all-new ringtv.com throughout the week for more great boxing content, including what is my favorite on Friday and Mondays. Depends on the time. Dougie's mailbag.
The bag.
The
oh,
weekend.
the bag.
Oh, it's been so good because Doug has just been cutting people up. And any other great Ring TV Live fights you may have missed, go to ringtv.com. Our next fight working their way towards the ring. That is Will Williams, and he will be taking on Niko Valdez. David Lopez, PR Lopez 333. We do appreciate you checking in with us. Yeah, that's right. Jesus Soto Caras working the corner. You gotta love those kind of stories. Joshua something. Love that Caras was still giving the other kid advice after the fight. That's just somebody who loves the sport in there. And how about this one? Jousce, better than Carson Wentz.
You know what? He's better than Nelson Aguilar at least. I don't know about Wentz. Wentz is good.
There it is. So keep those tweets coming. Use the hashtag #RingTVLive. Also, thank you to Veronica Patella watching us while working on a notary right now, making sure getting somebody.
She's making us official.
Making some money for us so she can go get us some sushi.
Official.
Why not? There we go. And making his way to the ring right now from Miami, Florida. You talk about social media promotion. This kid is all about it. You thought I was on my Instagram and Twitter a lot during the fight. I'm pretty sure this kid has a GoPro attached to him. Niko Valdez, a lot of energy in this young fighter out of Miami, 2-0, growing, has some power in those hands.
You're seeing highlights. Yeah, this is his last fight. I liked his body work. I liked his jab. Do some damage from the outside. Still a work in progress, obviously.
There's no doubt, Doug. He's got a natural charisma that you cannot teach. It's the it factor. He's got marketability. Question is now, does he have the actual ability? And we're going to start to find that out.
There you see him from Miami, Florida. Cuban and Belgium. Here he has Art right there rocking his hat to the side of his own security. That smile is always on his face. Babyface _Niko, Niko. Go and check out that Instagram. That's actually how Oscar De La Hoya found him. This kid has a lot of followers. He put up his workout videos. Somebody tagged Oscar. Oscar checked him out. Then he sent his South Florida scouts to him. They said, you know what, this isn't a kid who just is good at editing his Instagram. This guy has some shot in him. Let's work with him. Babyface Niko Valdez entering the ring. If you've seen him take over the Golden Boy Snapchat, yes, he's that entertaining.
Yeah, he's not shy, not camera shy. Doesn't mind being interviewed. There's some boxers out there, they were tremendous amateurs. They turned pro, and they're more afraid of the boxing media than they are some of their opponents.
Doug, I
Do you blame him?
Doug, I still remember an interview.
Well, not when Steve Kim is involved.
Well, no. I still remember an interview that you did with one Frankie Gomez about 4 years ago.
Oh, man.
Woo. Doug?
Yeah, that was tough.
Doug?
I was hard on both of us.
Award-winning Doug Fisher with award-winning Joe Martinez ready to stand by. Joe Martinez is also the voice of the Lake Elsinore Storm, but tonight he's working boxing.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, next bout tonight, 4 rounds, this in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing blue trunks, trimmed in white. He weighed in officially 175 pounds. He enters the ring tonight for the 3rd time as a professional from Gainesville, Florida. Here is Will Bad News Williams. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black, trimmed in gold, weighed in officially 169 pounds. In 2 professional bouts, he stands perfect with 2 victories, both coming by way of knockout from Miami, Florida. Here is the undefeated babyface, Niko Valdez. And your referee in charge of the action is Raul Caiz.
Let's go. Okay, gentlemen, both your trunks a little high, so punches here are fine. Shake hands. Remember, no punching behind the back of the head. Good luck to both of you.
Okay, Senior, the 3rd man in the ring tonight. The tell of the tape. Doug, one thing stands out.
Well, Babyface has got youth on his side. He's 13 years younger. Man, Will Williams, 6 inches taller at 6'5", also has a significant reach advantage.
And folks, you may not want to go anywhere based on track record. Mr. Williams, 2 fights, both ended in 1st round knockout losses.
And the 3 fights that we've had tonight, a 1st round stoppage, 2nd round, and the 1st one. There's a 4th one. 7 fights total in the last edition. The LA Fight Club working our way towards the main event. Abraham Lopez and Sergio Lopez. Lopez against Lopez. Beth Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher coming out strong as Niko Valdez in the black, attacking the body. Even the black trunks with that blonde dyed hair.
Valdez wanted to get inside as soon as possible. You don't want to give somebody with that kind of height and reach advantage distance.
Body work from Will Williams. Williams had trouble at the scales. They finally had to rework an agreement as Valdez just wanted a fight. Here, the final fight of the year. And down goes Williams early in the 1st.
3, 4, Niko! 5, you okay, babe? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. That's it. That's it. Come on.
He not want to fight? I didn't even see what really put him down.
That didn't take long.
Well, now I know why they agreed to change the contract. I mean, if you're not going to go and do anything, you saw that already.
Let's see right here. Maybe a delayed effect from a shot that landed behind the head.
Guys, that looked like a left hand that missed right behind the ear of Williams. It looked like a 2-hand shove down from Niko Valdez. And at that point, Will Williams decided to call it a night by finding a soft spot on the canvas and waiting for Mr. Caiz to go to 10. Not much of an effort. That's not exactly going to win him a Purple Heart in the eyes of boxing fans.
Well, that was his first fight in 4 years for Will Williams.
And you know what, Beto, this is the type of performance, I don't want to be harsh about this, but we have to tell the truth here. If you're a local commission, that's the type of guy you flag and say, you know what, maybe you need to find another line of work.
Well, it's funny you say that, Steve, because he had trouble getting a license reinstated in Florida. That was part of the reason he had the delay. California one came through. They usually Niko with his younger brother, making the trip across the country. Well, Niko Valdez, 3-0, 3 stoppages. Green would be a good way to describe him. And Joe Martinez is ready to go. You ready, Joe? Well, then go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes the official time, 46 seconds. Round number 1. Referee Raul Caiz reaches a count of 10. Your winner declared and still undefeated, babyface, Niko Valdez.
Oh, yeah. So, what was his time? Did you guys have the time on that?
46 seconds.
We had 46 seconds? Niko Valdez said he was going to have the fastest knockout ever at LA Fight Club history.
Okay.
He called the shot.
So he did his homework on Will Williams, in other words. I tell you what, you can't fool fans, though. I'm looking at my Twitter account. Somebody says, the classic, I'm going to make it look like I'm trying to beat the count.
Yeah, that's from Ryan Scalia of UCN Live. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for watching.
Ryan's one of the best overseas correspondent. Jessica Rosales is with babyface Niko.
Yeah, you know, Beto, not only did he say he was going to have the fastest knockout in Velasco history, he made a promise to me yesterday during our interviews that a 90% chance he would get a knockout in the first round. Niko, you got that first round knockout, came out very aggressive today. Tell me about that.
I know that he cut a lot of weight, and I felt like his body was going to be weak, and I was going to be able to take over. And I had called out this morning that I'm going to get the fastest knockout, I think, in LA Fight Club history. And I don't know if it is. I got to look it up, but I think it was pretty fast.
And Niko, also, your last fight, you told me that the night before you had to cut 13 pounds. You felt that difference in the ring the day after. This time around your camp, you said it's the best camp you've had. You felt great. Yesterday, before the weigh-ins, you were excited. You were jumping up and down. You were feeling absolutely fine. So tell me what was different about this camp that helped you make weight easier?
This camp, I took my diet a lot more seriously. Usually I'll cheat, and then I'll stop cheating 2 weeks before the fight. But this time I didn't cheat one time in the past like six weeks. And I had my Olympic Cuban trainer, Pedro Roque, and I had my original trainer, Sergio Udinovich, and it was just the best camp with them two. They work perfectly together.
We know that you're pretty big on social media, so what are you going to post tonight after this win?
I'm going to post my winning dance, because I had a little winning dance that I did.
Let me see the winning dance. What is it?
I can't do it. You got to look me up.
Oh, come on. I don't know. Beto, Doug, and Steve, you guys should be up here as his backup dancers. All right. Well, Niko, congratulations on the win tonight. We're looking forward to that post with a longer dance, okay?
Thank you so much, and I want to see if I could get on the December 17th or December 16th card, please.
All right, we'll send it to the guys ringside.
First of all, don't even call us out for dancing, man. I'm just going to lean back
not
on
gonna
this,
happen.
Niko Valdez.
Yeah.
You got Doug Fisher, boogie down Doug. Steve Kim don't even dance, he just gets down. So don't even start with us, Niko Valdez, but congratulations on your third win. He said he wants to fight December 16 or 17. Those cards are already stacked. His year is done, though, but you want to get this. I like his attitude.
Well,
get right back into it.
We have to be honest. Tonight was an exercise, not even exercise. He built a record. He got a victory. I don't think you learn anything from in a situation like that. Veteran matchmakers have told me for years, highlight reel knockouts or early knockouts are great on BoxRec. They look great on paper, but in terms of the overall development of a fighter, and again, for Niko, it's very early. It's only 3 fights.
Right.
It's not going to matter. But I do like the fact he wants to come back. I think if you asked him honestly, did you get anything out of that tonight? I think he'd say no.
Well, you could listen to his interview. He's talking more about his preparation.
Yeah.
He got it. He learned something. He learned something from his second pro fight, and he took that knowledge into this fight. He stayed in the gym more. He got his diet together, brought back in his Cuban coach. That's a good thing. We didn't get to see that work really play out in the ring because Will Williamson really didn't show up to fight tonight. Highlight reel knockouts are also good for marketability.
They are.
He understands that. I didn't know that he had predicted that he was going to get a first-round knockout, that he was going to get the fastest knockout. But that's the kind of thing that people take notice of. Post-fight victory dances as well. That's something that people take notice of. He's got that side of the boxing business down, definitely.
Yeah, Will Williams did his version of the mannequin challenge. That was not much of an effort.
And the mannequin challenge, I'm over it. Back with more from the Velasco Theater, another edition of the sold-out LA Fight Club. You're watching Ring TV.
How I want to be remembered only as a guy that worked hard and a guy that was willing to sacrifice whatever he had to sacrifice, his career, his life, his dedication, to prove that you don't have to lay down because others might say you should. You don't have to give up because others think you should. I want to leave a legacy that Bernard Hopkins is a damn man. And he was a man because he did things that other true men wouldn't do. And that's take the bull by the horns. I want to be remembered as a man that stood up when others wouldn't dare. When they mentioned 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, they said that old guy right there was a son of a gun. He stood up no matter who he was, and he spoke his mind. no matter what you thought. We'll continue to do what I feel is right, no matter what the circumstance.
Final one, December 17th. Get your tickets now. Oh, we only wish the freeways were moving that fast on a Friday. Well, they could be. The way the knockouts have been going tonight. Golden Boy Boxing on Ring TV Live is brought to you by Tecate, Casa Mexico Tequila, and the Ring Magazine. Thanks to all the sponsorship for everybody involved with Golden Boy Boxing. Back here ringside, Bethel Duran, Steve Kim, and Doug Fisher. Thank you for joining us. You've seen 4 fights, 4 knockouts. We'll be back at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock as we work our way towards Abe Lopez taking on Sergio Lopez. Also, the co-feature, undefeated Oscar Negrete from Colombia takes on veteran Raul Bule Hidalgo. And then it opens up with a fighter that's undefeated, has some power in those hands. 8-0, Edgar Kid Nessa Valerio. He takes on veteran Guadalupe de Leon. So once again, 7 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be back with those 3 fights. We're wrapping up what we sling tonight. 4 knockouts. Todd Unthank-May, first round KO. Francisco Esparza out of Las Vegas is now 4-0. His second round stoppage. Jousce Gonzalez 3-0. His first round KO. And Niko Valdez, babyface _ Niko. Got to promote his social media. Is now 3-0 with 3 KOs in his career. We'll see you at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Pacific, for more boxing from the Blasco Theater. Another edition of the Sold Out LA Fight Club on Ring TV.
The following is a production of Golden Boy Media and Entertainment.
Downtown Los Angeles in December. There you see City Hall in white. And good action coming your way from the Belasco Theater. Another edition of the LA Fight Club. Edgar Valerio opens it up. Then Colombia's Oscar Negrete is the co-feature. He's undefeated. And working our way towards the main event, Abraham Lopez taking on Sergio Lopez. Abe is undefeated. That's next on Ring TV. Staples Center is lit up, where Oscar De La Hoya has a statue outside. Hall of Famer, founder of Golden Boy Promotions. We're a couple blocks east at the Belasco Theater, the home of the LA Fight Club. And our main event tonight is arriving in the building. Abraham Chamaco Lopez, 21-0-1. There he is with his dad and trainer, Abe Lopez, taking on veteran Sergio Lopez. Lopez, 20-12-1, a veteran. He said he's different now, a new team. He says he's a lot better than his record indicates. That is our main event tonight. Inside the Belasco Theater, sold out as always. The first Friday of the month is the LA Fight Club. And that ring tonight has already seen 4 stoppages. 3 of them were in the first round. So, you know, that means there's some power in the building. Alongside the editor of RingTV.com, Doug Fisher, who has power every mailbag on Mondays and Fridays, and from UCN Live, and a fantastic Twitter feed that is just knocking out people left and right. Steve Kim, I'm Beth Duran. Thank you for joining us for another edition of the LA Fight Club. And let's just get it going. The main event, Abraham Lopez. He's fought at the Belasco before, but the last time we saw him was at the StubHub Center when he took on Golden Boy prospect and also undefeated Julian El Camarón Ramirez. That was a fight where at Long Press Row, you had people going back and forth as to who won, Steve.
And Beto, this was on the night of June 4th, underneath Vargas Salido, what was a Classic 4. This here was a hard-fought contest. As you mentioned, 2 undefeated fighters that we've seen many times before, and over 10 hard-fought rounds they went at it. But we have to be honest about it. The majority of the ringside observers, Doug, they thought that young man right there, Julian Ramirez, he should have been the one with his hands raised in victory.
Yeah, that's true. HBO's commentators scored the fight for Ramirez, as most of the folks on Press Row. They did so because Julian was the aggressor. I actually scored the fight for Abe Lopez. I thought Lopez beat him using his finesse game. I think tonight, he wants to remind people that he's a boxer-puncher. He has an aggressive game. He wants to show people he can still be entertaining.
And go to the Golden Boy Twitter account right now, 50-50 as to who will win. We'll give you the final results right as the bell is ready to go for the main event. Our co-feature from Colombia, a bantamweight, undefeated Oscar El Jaguar Negrete. He is 14-0, takes on veteran Raul Bule Hidalgo, Steve.
Well, you take a look at the veteran, Sergio Lopez. They say records can be deceiving. And if you look at this record of this young man here, Hidalgo, some really notable names like Ivan Morales, Christopher Martin, and Jesse Magdalena, who just recently won a world title. And Doug, I think as is the case with Negrete, this has been the pattern. Look for rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Negrete is not a power boxer. He doesn't have a lot of explosion. He's not a dynamic puncher by any stretch of the imagination. He deals in volume, and he deals in conditioning. He basically outworks and outpoints his opposition. He's advanced for a guy who's just 14-0. He's actually 29 years old, and I think this is really his last sort of developmental fight before Golden Boy Promotions turns him loose against the bantamweight division in 2017.
Our opening bout tonight, Edgar Kenessa Valerio. He's 8-0, and our 4th member of our broadcast crew, Jessica Rosales, has more about that.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these guys are kind of learning on the job, whether it's here at the Belasco or wherever it is they're fighting, including Edgar Valerio, who in his last fight suffered his first cut in his career. He told me that during the fight, he kind of had to adjust and work with what he had. And of course, once the bell rang, that cut was still there. Here's how he dealt with it after the fight.
I got into boxing at the age of 11 years old. I began boxing in the Century Sheriff Station in Compton. I began with the help of my father and my brother, and I loved the sport. In my last fight at the Velasco, I got cut with a headbutt. Emmanuel Castro was a clever opponent, very slick, very awkward. But due to it, we were able to overcome it and successfully accomplish another victory. Since it was my first time ever being cut in a professional fight, it was a little bit difficult for me. I was inexperienced to handle the adrenaline that I had from the fight. I am facing Guadalupe de Leon. All I know about him is he's a veteran of the sport who has competed with top elite fighters such as Ronnie Rios. At the camp for this next fight, we have added a strength and conditioning coach. I have never ever worked with someone like that. I am working with Dominic, a French master of the sport who is dedicated to this wonderful elite sport of boxing. What I know about Guadalupe de Leon is his style is very aggressive. He's a come forward guy and he could take a punch. Knowing that and knowing the fact he's gone the distance with all his opponents, I have to be the better man in that race. My manager Joel told me one important thing. He said, "You're as good as your last fight."
Edgar Valerio, 8-0, South Central Los Angeles, raised, takes on Guadalupe de Leon. It should be an excellent opening bout here on the final edition of the LA Fight Club for 2016. From Mission, Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, Guadalupe de Leon, coming back to the sport of boxing after a 3-year layoff. Ready to make the walk, and then you see Cuñado on the side with the Golden Boy boxing shirt. His trainer, James Goes, been with him forever. They're back in the mix now. Leon 9-14, and Doug, you know him really well.
Absolutely. You know, it was in late 2009, he upset a young prospect named Derek Wilson, and then I called his next 3 bouts at Club Nokia on Golden Boy Promotions' Old Fight Club series. He fought Charles Huerta, Ronnie Rios, and Gary Russell Jr., who's now a featherweight champ.
And there you see Kid Nessa, Edgar Valerio. A change in the corner for him this time. The man with the backwards hat right there, that is his father, Rafael Valerio, who's always been in his corner, but his dad is the main trainer for the first time in his career.
Yeah, and Beto, Ricky Hazia, they've had an up and down relationship. Ricky Hazia, the reason why he's no longer training Valerio, very simple. It is money. They say the money is the root of all evil, and it's about the root of 98% of breakups in the sport of boxing.
Absolutely,
Not just
especially
boxing.
between trainer and fighter.
In talking to Joel De La Hoya, though, the father has been there throughout, as Beto mentioned. According to De La Hoya, they will be getting a trainer down the line.
Over the mountainsides of Colombia when a Brazilian soccer team was headed to Colombia to take part in a prestigious soccer tournament. This Division I Brazilian team was one that shouldn't have even been there, but they prevailed and were about to take part and make history. A plane crashed, killing 71 that were on board, including several who were members of this team. At this time, we'd like to send our thoughts and prayers to the families and the loved ones that remain here on earth. We ask you to please remain silent as we toll the count of 10 in memory of the Chapecoense soccer team and those who perished on board the flight. Thank you, and may they rest in peace. Y ahora aficionados de pelea está pactada por 6 asaltos en el peso pluma. And here we go, fight fans from Velasco Theater, Los Angeles, California. 6 rounds, this in the featherweight division. Los 3 jueces por ese combate, the 3 judges scoring this bout at ringside, Dr. Lou Moret, Thomas Taylor, and Zach Young. When the bell rings, your referee in charge of the action, encargado de ring, el referee, Jack Riggs. Presentando primero la esquina azul, con los pantaloncillos azul con negro y dorado y un peso de 125 libras y medias. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing blue, trimmed with black and gold, he weighed officially 125.5 pounds. Con un récord de 9 victorias, 14 derrotas y 5 ganadas por nocaut. His professional record, 9 victories with 14 losses and 5 wins by way of knockout. From Mission, Texas, here is Guadalupe Lupillo de León. Y su oponente en la esquina roja, con los pantaloncillos multicolores y un peso igual, 125 libras y medias. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wears multicolored trunks tonight. He too weighed officially 125.5 pounds. Con un récord perfecto de 8 victorias, 4 ganadas por nocaut. He stands perfect in 8 professional bouts with 8 victories. No defeats and 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Desde Los Ángeles, California, presentando el invicto. Here is the undefeated Edgar Quinesa Valerio.
Copies? Okay, guys, I gave you both instructions. I just want to remind you, listen and obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Fight hard and fight clean. Good luck.
All right, you know what we got to do. And look at the tail of the tape for this opening bout tonight, Doug.
22-year-old Edgar Valerio is 15 years younger than De Leon. He is 6 inches taller, and he has a significant reach advantage.
8-0 Edgar Valerio, 9-14 Guadalupe de Leon. Youngster taking on a veteran. Should be a good one in 6 rounds in the featherweight division. We are underway. Edgar Valerio wearing the colorful trunks designed by Eddie Aguilar. Rosario across the belt, that's the name of his mother. Edgar Valerio, 22 years old, went to Taft High School in the San Fernando Valley. Used to get up at 5 in the morning because he grew up in South Central, take the buses to go to school up there. Never played any other sports. It was all boxing for him. Turned pro in 2012. All of his fights have been in California. Took a couple years off though, management issues, decided to sit out of contract. Came back in 2016. This is his fourth, his 5th fight of this year. Managed by Joel De La Hoya, brother of Oscar. Likes what he sees in Quinesa, Edgar Valerio.
And Beto, it'll be an interesting gauge to see how he beats Guadalupe de Leon, if he does indeed, as expected. Taking a look at some of the names on de Leon's ledger: Gary Russell, world champion, WBC featherweight belt holder, I believe. Ronnie Rios, featherweight contender. And all way back in 2008, Jerry Belmontes out of Texas, who at the time was considered a prospect.
Yeah, he's fought the names. He was a younger fighter. He turns 38 later on this month. Does Guadalupe de Leon in the blue and gold and black trunks. But Doug, as we mentioned earlier in the open, you saw him at the first inclination at LA Fight Club. That's when it was at Club Nokia on a stage. Right. This dude was there every month.
Yeah, absolutely. In 2010, back-to-back fights. I saw him against Huerta. We gave a very good fight. It was a close fight. Lost a decision. Then I saw him against Ronnie Rios, and then against Gary Russell Jr. And Russell Jr. was a blue-chip prospect, an Olympian.
He became the Golden Boy gatekeeper, I guess?
Kind of, yeah, for the featherweights, absolutely. And that's because he has an iron chin. He suffered some knockout losses early in his career, but really after 2008, he was known for his durability, his iron chin, but also being very competent in the ring.
There you go, 4 KOs. Has some power in those hands. Kind of a boxing nomad in Southern California. He works out at Sarabia's gym in El Monte, but he also does this one working at Pullman's gym in Burbank to get some work in. He and his father, very quiet kid, goes along his own way.
Good looking first round. He's using his height and his reach to his advantage. Nice jab. Not putting a lot on the jab, but it's a busy jab, and it's setting up some hard right hands to the body and head.
10 seconds to go in the opening round, scheduled for 6. Our opening bout of the LA Fight Club, working towards A. Lopez and Sergio Lopez. in downtown Los Angeles. Fourth member of our crew is Jessica Gonzalez, and Jess has more about the last time Valerio was in the ring.
So actually what we're going to be talking about, we heard Dougie talk a little bit about the tale of the tape when we first started this fight, but right now we're going to show you a little bit more information about Edgar Valerio and Guadalupe De Leon. We're going to show their bios up on the screen in just a quick second right now. Edgar Valerio has a record of 8-0 with 4 KOs, obviously representing LA. He's been a pro since 2012 and began boxing at 11 years old when his dad introduced him to the fight game at a local boxing club. Now, as an amateur, he took first place in the Silver Gloves, Oxnard Pals, Blue and Gold, and Ringside Kansas City tournaments. We're going to take a look now at him in the corner. We're going to talk about Guadalupe De Leon and the information on him. His record right now, 9-14, 5 of those wins coming by way of a knockout. And we're going to get back to the action right now.
Guadalupe De Leon, Jessica, took a 3-year break. Essentially, he was retired. He was away from the sport. He had gone through a series of 12 of 13 losses, and all of them were battles. He goes in there and mixes it up. He's not a guy like we saw earlier today where you get hit, it's like, oh, delay reaction because I think I could collect my check. No. This dude is all heart and took the 3 years off, was in the gyms, helping out, training some amateurs. He said his body healed up and started messing around again. Like, you know what? I still have the desire to train. That's the difference. He liked running. He liked working out. Hooked up with his trainer, James Joe, again, and said, hey, let's do something. That was in July of this summer. In October, he had a first-round KO. He said he felt a little bit of ring rust. So it's his sparring sessions. Golden Boy called him, and he's like, let's go. And here he is, stepping it up with Edgar Valerio.
De Leon is letting his hands go a little bit more here in the second round than he did in the opening frame. He's obviously looking to counter with his left hook. He's trying to close ground now, trying to work the younger man's body. You see he's very crafty. He has a nice high guard. He blocks punches well. Some head and upper body movement in there. He has some craft. There's a nice jab towards the chest area of Valerio. He's not just one of these journeymen who come in here because they're tough and they can just take a beating. There's some boxing ability to De Leon.
You know, the veteran trainers would say about a guy like De Leon, he knows how to work. He may not win a lot of rounds, but he's going to give you some valuable experience. And one thing I noticed about Valerio today as opposed to his fight on September 2nd against Emmanuel Castro, where he really suffered that bad cut, controlling distance from the outside much better than he did in his last outing.
Edgar Valerio, the fighter who you see him switching from southpaw to orthodox. He's right-handed, but he feels very comfortable as a switch hitter. There's no problem with it. Something he's thrown into his game the last couple of fights. You used to see it like in the 4th or 5th round. Here he's bringing it out early in the fight.
De Leon in his own way, it's not hard pressure, but it's pesky pressure. He's forcing Valerio to open up more, probably more than the younger man wants to this early in the fight, because he's getting home some jabs. He's touching him to the body a little bit.
Hits him with a couple rights.
Yeah.
Doug, what he's done,
landing here and there.
Doug, what he's done is really subtly close distance. It's not, well, again, it's not quick pressure as he said, but he's getting just a little bit closer. And as Edgar loses distance and control of airspace, that's when he does become a little bit defensively vulnerable.
It's smart pressure. I called it pesky pressure. He's pesky in there because he's not really hurting the younger man, but he's making him miss a little more than Valerio would like to miss, and he is touching him in return.
Final seconds of the second round. A good one shaping up between Edgar Valerio and Lupillo De Leon. Last edition of the LA Fight Club in downtown Los Angeles.
That was a close round. The second round was close. I scored it for Valerio because I think his shots were the harder shots, but if you're going by who's the ring general in there, I think De Leon did well.
Agreed.
Es lo que quieres pelear adentro. Ábrame más la mano, lo que estábamos haciendo. Más haciendo la mano, se la cambia. Listo para cachar la corneta y contragolpear. Déjeme la mano izquierda más adelantito. Cuando se meta la espalda, sálgase con la derecha.
The metal is jamming and Doug is fired up.
Yes, Metallica. And these guys are throwing some heavy metal in there. Nice jab. Another jab landed by De Leon. I think De Leon had a good round, but the hard shot, Steve, like I said, were landed by Valerio. You'd say double up twice to the body and then to the head with his hook.
Keep the tweets coming using hashtag RingTVLive. If they're watching us right now in Weslaco, Texas, and McAllen, Texas, the entire Rio Grande Valley, especially McAllen, where Ramon Ayala lives. He's a boxing fan. But Guadalupe de Leon, father of 4 kids, Alexis, Angel, Kareem, and Gael, who's 11 months. So one of the inspirations for him to get back into the ring was that his kids never saw him fight. They didn't remember him. So that's one of the reasons he's fighting. He's actually a mechanic in Far, Texas, working out of the Pound Per Pound gym in Edinburgh. Wife Nellie de Leon watching back home with the kids. This doesn't look like a dude who took 3 years off, right?
No, you know, sometimes you take time off and it makes you rusty. Other times you take time off and it recharges your batteries if you're an old fighter.
That left hook landed by De Leon right now. There's some redness and some swelling underneath the right eye of Edgar Valerio here in the 3rd round. Another left hook landed by Lupillo. 2 rounds in the books. Let's look at the scorecards. We'll be bringing that throughout the fight tonight. First with Doug, how do you have it?
I have it 2 rounds to zip. Edgar Valerio.
And there it is. Down goes De Leon here in the 3rd.
5, 6, 7, 8. Manos arriba. Pamelo ante. ¿Quieres seguir?
You want to keep going? He said yes. Valerio, you see that tail from the back of his head. He said he read a Bible passage about Samson. The power gave him hair. The hair gave him the power. He said, I'm going to grow it. Religious young man who reads the Bible before every single fight. So those of you wondering why he got that red tail, well, biblical reason. Samson, he's going to let it grow. And we got some power from there here in the 3rd round.
I missed the punch that
it looked like a left hook.
Yeah, De Leon's been looking to land his left hook, but what's that old adage in boxing, Steve?
It's the ones that you don't see. And the one thing about Valerio that I like, he is really establishing a good hard stick on the front side with the jab, controlling the distance. When this fight is out here with that type of airspace, De Leon simply has no problem, or really has no shot to land anything significant. I think it's been a very strong 3rd round for Edgar Valerio.
Edgar Valerio, for the first time in his camp, hired a strength and conditioning coach, incorporated the use of kettlebells. He was going to a local park, doing the work there, and you're seeing his body starting to fill out some more, too, at the age of 22.
Well, he's definitely got the frame to fill out, and once it really does start to fill out, maybe we see him move up to maybe lightweight. Right now, I can't believe he gets under 126 pounds. I can't believe he's a featherweight.
Final seconds of the 3rd. De Leon hit the canvas here in this round. Good one for Edgar Valerio. Jessica Rosales has more information about the last time that Valerio was in the ring, a fight that was stopped.
Yeah, Beto, now we did talk about the cut that he suffered in his last fight, and of course the boxing community is very familiar with cut man Mike Rodriguez, who told me before the fight that's one of the worst cuts that he has ever worked on. Now he was saying that cut went from the forehead into the hairline on the right side, and of course it first happened by getting hit, but then a headbutt is really what opened it up. And he said he knew it was a bad cut before he ever made it to the corner, not because of the blood, because he said blood could be deceiving, but because of Valerio's reaction to the cut and the force of the headbutt that opened it. Now, of course, he did his job with that cut and told me that this time around they don't expect any problems with that cut because, of course, Valerio is young, he's in great condition, and this time around they're not expecting any problems.
And in that fight, remember we talked to him afterwards, he was mad when we were talking with him, Doug. He said he wanted to keep going. Well, yeah, of course you do. You can't see that cut. It was a fighter in him. They told him, you're already up on the cards. Let's keep going. 4th round. Thanks for everybody using the hashtag RingTVLive, as is Joelle DeLoya's mother-in-law, who tweets us every single time. Dari's watching. Appreciate you checking out the English stream. You know, watching with the grandkid at home. After you send your kids to Catholic school, get to watch some boxing. And you're watching your man Edgar Valerio look good through, getting stronger as the fight continues. There's some swelling in the right eye of Lupillo de Leon.
Beto, that whole face is becoming reddened and really looking angry. That sledgehammer jab that Valerio has established right around the first round. I think the first minute, he made an understanding to himself. He's going to have to control distance, and I think he is just surging with that jab. He proves a jab can be a power punch.
Oh, absolutely. A jab can do more than just establish range and set up power punches. It can be a damaging punch. It's the kind of punch that does damage gradually, round by round, and sometimes fighters find themselves in round 6 or 7 of a longer distance fight, and they're dizzy, they're woozy because they just can't even think straight because of all those jabs they've
And you know, it's noticeable that the right side of De Leon's face is much redder than the other side, and that is because of the jab. And the one thing that I do like about Valerio, he has what you call...
It's dripping now.
Cut now?
It's I think it's a cut over the right eye, and it's dripping into the eye, and it's really coming down now.
Yeah, and Valerio has what you call a classic educated left hand, because he could hook off the jab and he could turn that jab into a hook.
I tell you what, Steve, all he has to do right now is just jab.
Yeah.
And I mentioned in the first round, it was a busy jab without a lot of power. In the last 2 rounds, there's been a lot of pop at the end of that stick.
That's what you call more of a shotgun jab.
As he got hit with the left. He's been hit a couple times with that left hook from Lupillo de Leon.
That's something they're going to have to work on, he and his father.
Left hook by Valerio in his own. His father took him to the boxing gym at the age of 11. And then you see the crime-fighting cutman Mike Rodriguez, a homicide detective by day, cutman by night. Extraordinaire, doing excellent work there. He's working his second fight of the night. Valerio used to being on big cards. His pro debut in Costa Mesa, Deontay Wilder was fighting down there at the hangar.
I remember that, yeah.
His
I
second
called that
fight. You called that fight?
Yeah, and that was a hell of a fight, too.
His second fight, the Sports Arena, Chocolatito Juan Estrada. His third fight, Marco Maidana, Josecito Lopez. He was the opener. That was followed by Joseph Diaz Jr., who you can see December 17th at the Forum. Get your tickets for that one on the night of Bernard Hopkins' last fight. Go to Ticketmaster, the Golden Boy website, to get your tickets for that.
Valerio doing well from the southpaw stance. Jab well as an orthodox boxer and as a southpaw boxer. And I'm thinking if this fight doesn't end between rounds, it's going to end soon.
César 10 para esquina roja.
Cacharle y contragolpearlo. Pero si es posible, no se pare, caminando. Cuando se meta las cuerdas, sálgase con la derecha que practicamos. Ese cabeceo, entra cabeceando.
Valerio's working that jab that has surgically tore up the right eye of De Leon.
That is the Valerio family supporting their brother. Edgar Valerio with the Hecho en Nesa. Kid Nesa is his nickname. Because for the Nesa Hualcoyot in Mexico, in the Estado de Mexico, that's where his dad is from. It's like Coyote means fasting coyote in the Nahuatl language. Yes, I went to Wikipedia. I knew we were getting some rounds today. To give information that I think Valerio's trying to end this fight now.
Talk about an educated left stick, Steve.
I mean, what he did was he actually hooked to the body, then he ran an uppercut right up the middle.
And now Lupillo looks like he's trying to trade with Valerio, which might be dangerous at the age of 37.
You know, Beto, it's one thing to have a right-handed fighter that can punch with the right hand, but when you have a guy who's as lethal with that left hand or as skilled with it, that means the power is coming from the front side. That is very difficult to handle.
Most journeymen would be done by now. They would have elected to stay on their stool with the amount of damage. Yeah, the blood was leaking directly into the eye. I think they did a good job with it, but it's been opened up again, and it appears to be bleeding once more.
They were playing some system of a down between rounds. You know, we got some rage in them or something. Yeah, Valerio's coming out with it.
He was the one pouring blood in his last bout, and now he's seeing blood in his opponent, and he's got some bloodlust. Putting a lot on his punches. He's being smart about it. He's still keeping his distance, still fighting tall, as they say.
De Leon really cut bad. His cornerman was working on it. Jessica Rosales was there. What are they saying in that corner, Jess?
One of those cuts that I talked about earlier on that report with Valerio, where the blood is a little bit deceiving. The corner told me that it's a pretty small cut. They're not too concerned about it. And of course, De Leon is a veteran boxer, so he knows how to handle it. But the big news is that their game plan has gone out the window. They told him to definitely stay in the pocket. He's not doing that at all, so expect some adjustments in these later rounds.
Better make them quick. Running out of time here, scheduled for 6. The game plan started out good in the first round. Give Valerio a lot of credit, dropped him in the third.
Valerio needed to do that because De Leon had a good round 2. Ooh, nice left hook landed by the veteran.
This dude is game.
He really is. He's not your average journeyman.
Yeah, you're right, Doug. Some guys would have just went, you know what,
absolutely.
I'm good.
They would have said, hey, I've given enough. I'm not going to give anymore. Or I don't have any more to give, and this guy's still in there trying. That's why he was used on back-to-back months in 2010 with the old Fight Club series.
Our main event tonight, Abraham Chamaco Lopez, the pride of La Puente. He takes on Sergio Lopez. You know, he dyed his hair after his fight with Camarón. It's fading away. I mean, these kids these days, and they're him, Jojo Diaz, Niko Valdez. I'm dyeing my hair gray. There he is. That's our main event coming up later on tonight. Beautiful shot of downtown Los Angeles on a Friday night. And Golden Boy Boxing on Ring TV Live is brought to you by Tecate, the official sponsor of Golden Boy Boxing. Tecate, born bold. Beto Duran, Doug Fisher, Steve Kim, and Jessica Rosales. Another sold-out edition of the LA Fight Club as we head to the final round between Edgar Valerio and Lupillo De Leon. Behind Valerio's corner, you see his manager, Joel De La Hoya, imploring him. You know, Joel's throwing his punches. He's worked his corner of his brother Oscar.
Step back.
Like, you know, you kind of want to see something from your guy, don't you? Finish it.
Well, this has been a solid performance here. I think from the third round on, he's really shown a vast array of skills. But I think, again, we talk about this all the time. It's not if you win, it's how you win. I think what Joel De La Hoya is asking for tonight is an exclamation point. And there it is.
There it is.
Right on cue.
And it is over. Jack Reeves has seen it. He knows De Leon very well.
I know.
He's protecting the fighter. And he stops him. A 6-round stoppage for Edgar Valerio.
And Doug, I think this was the perfect outing in a lot of respects. There was professional resistance. It went round, but he also got the stoppage. Good work tonight for Valerio.
He got the stoppage, and he did so boxing correctly. He didn't make a lot of mistakes in there, even though he was in there with a veteran that was crafty enough to land some punches here and there.
I thought against Emmanuel Castro back in September, I thought he did not control distance, lost control of spacing, and it showed, and that's one of the reasons why he got cut. Tonight, there were some lapses, but I thought a lot of progress was made.
Yeah, I think the focus was better, the technique was better, or sharper, and like I said, it was all about establishing that jab and controlling distance.
Here's a game Lupillo De Leon. That's a tough dude. I mean, those fighters down in that area, at Rio Grande Valley, they come to scrap with you. He went down in the third, and finally in the 6th, Jack Reeves stopped it. De Leon was getting up.
Yeah, he got up, and he would have finished if he was physically able to finish. And these are the kind of fighters that officials need to protect from themselves.
Yeah, and you know, this has been a very productive 2016 for that young man right there. 5 fights, got in a pretty good amount of rounds, opened some eyes, really got the mojo and the momentum back on his career, Doug.
Yes.
I think by 2017, at some point, maybe early on, I think he will then become an 8-round fighter.
Yeah, if you recall, the first 2 fights that he had here, first round blowouts, and he had a buzz going.
Yeah.
And then his next 2 fights, there were flaws that were on display. The buzz died down. This kind of reignites that a little bit.
Well,
Guys, Guadalupe de Leon went through a stretch where he had lost 12 of 13. They all went the distance. This is the first time that he's been stopped since 2004.
Yeah, and to your point, Doug, just remember this. There's an old saying in other sports. Highlight films are just that. It's the game tape that really tells you who you are. And so tonight I thought was really good game tape.
I agree. Well, now you're seeing all these kids, their dads put it, Steve, I know you love it. The guys working the paddles.
Yeah. I mean, I see guys working with blindfolds, and I always say about those kids, if they ever fight in the dark or the lights go out, they're going to be the greatest fighter who ever lived.
There you see his dad, Rafael, retired as a mechanic after 37 years to dedicate himself 100% for his son. They do the conditioning. His dad cooks for him. It's a joint team effort. You see the love and you see the respect between the father and son. And, hey, together with Rafael as the main man, 1-0. There's Gerardo Ortiz, Yo Soy Damaso is jamming here, the Belasco. Jessica Rosales will catch up with him. And while we're doing this, as quickly, Steve Kim, news and notes, we can sneak him in here. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to sneak him in here because all of a sudden the timing has changed. We're going to get to those.
The CEO and chairman of Golden Boy Promotions from East LA, the Golden Boy.
Okay, so the timekeeper is right next to me, and look at him. He's got the hammer, he's ready to hit the bell, and he's gone almost 3 times ready to hit it, and they're telling him to stop. So that's the bit of the delay right there. As there you see Joel De La Hoya, the manager of Edgar Valerio, and that's Edgar Valerio's smiling face right there. That is how he looks all the time.
Yeah.
He's a good kid, doesn't speak much, but hey, he got the win. He is now 9-0. That is his 5th stoppage. But quickly, Steve, let's get into some news and notes. Where do you want to go to?
Well, real quickly, Golden Boy's first show of 2017 is set January 28th at the Fantasy Springs. It'll be on HBO's Boxing After Dark. Francisco Vargas will defend his WBC 130-pound title against Miguel Berkelt. And then Najera will fight Miguel Mickey Roman. According to Golden Boy president Eric Gomez, Doug, the winner of these 2 fights will eventually
22
meet.
segundos del sexto asalto, referee para la pelea para el ganador por knockout. The end comes officially 22 seconds. Round number 6. Referee Jack Reese puts a halt to this bout. Your winner by KO victory and still undefeated, Edgar Kidnesa Valerio.
There he is, Nessa Valerio, 9-0 with 5 KOs. What is item number 2 on your news and notes, Steve?
And talking to Tom Laughlin, no matter what you've heard or read on Twitter, he says they are still working with the other side to make the Daniel Jacobs-Gennady Golovkin fight. That fight's going to be hopefully March 18th at the Madison Square Garden. You want to talk about the Ides of March, boys. March 17th, Top Rank is going to be at the small portion, the Theater of the Garden, for the Olympic debut of Mick Conlan. So a big weekend of boxing in New York during March Madness.
And you want to talk about tonight, there's something going on in Russia?
Well, in Russia, we had a very good lightweight fight. Denis Shafikov won the IBF Eliminator. He will now fight Robert Easter with a hard-fought split decision in 12 rounds against Richard Coleman. And guys, I think tomorrow we had a cruiserweight begin the broadcast with Todd May. Doug, I love this fight between Lebedev and Gassiev. Beto?
And Jessica Rosales in the ring right now with Edgar Valerio.
That's right, Edgar, getting the win tonight after knocking your opponent down 2 times. What was it that was working for you in the ring tonight?
Yeah, it was a good emotion. You know, I thank God. It's all glory to God and glory to Virgin Mary. I'm very spiritual. I thank them all glory to God. It felt good knocking them down, but, you know, it's part of my job. It was no emotion, so it came.
So that fight did get stopped in the last round. Would you have liked to see it go the entire distance?
You know what? We were ready if it was to go to the distance or not. If I was to knock him out, then we would knock him out. But either way, we were ready. We were prepared mentally and physically for it.
You had a good crowd here tonight. Your girlfriend, your sister-in-law, your mother, even your nieces. How much sweeter is this win in front of your family and friends?
It was a great emotional thing, you know. I thank God and I thank my mother for everything. Her sacrifice is truly paying off, and I'm a happy son, and I hope I make her proud, you know, that she sees me here.
A lot to be proud of after that performance. Guys, we're going to send it back to you ringside.
Pues tu mamá Rosario que te cocina, she's happy for you right now, Edgar Valerio. Our co-feature coming up next is Oscar Negrete. There he is, Colombia's own El Jaguar, undefeated, 14-0 against Raul Hidalgo. That's next on Ring TV.
How I want to be remembered only as a guy that worked hard and a guy that was willing to sacrifice whatever he had to sacrifice, his career, his life, his dedication, to prove that you don't have to lay down because others might say you should. You don't have to give up because others think you should. I want to leave a legacy that Bernard Hopkins is a damn man. And he was a man because he did things that other true men wouldn't do. And that's take the bull by the horns. I want to be remembered as a man that stood up when others wouldn't dare. When they mentioned 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, they said that old guy right there was the son of a gun. He stood up no matter who he was. And he spoke his mind no matter what you thought. Now I'm going to continue to do what I feel is right, no matter what the circumstance.
The Forum. Oh, December 17th is going to be an action-packed card. And Golden Boy Boxing on Ring TV Live is brought to you by the Ring TV app. Download the all-new app today for exclusive videos and articles from the Bible of Boxing. Download from the App Store today. December 17th, get your tickets. Final one, Bernard Hopkins, a last fight. And it's going to be a stacked card. Golden Boy throwing all their prospects on there. It starts at 2:30 with Joet Gonzalez. And it's going to work towards Jojo Diaz as the co-feature. Then Bernard Hopkins in a lot of promotion for it. Doug sat down with him, and it's a good night of action here at the Belasco Theater, the last LA Fight Club of 2016. Beth Duran, Doug Fisher, and the very festive Steve Kim. Can never go wrong with the Peanuts. I mean, that tie right there. Oscar Negrete would love that as he sat down with our Ring TV cameras.
I made the decision to change trainers because unfortunately, my previous trainer, Jose Santa Cruz, felt ill. It was a very severe illness, so he had to focus more on his recovery. I'm very happy to hear that he's doing better now. So we got together and decided that the best option for me was to make a change and start training with Manny Robles.
Well, with Oscar, I mean, this is our first fight together, our first camp. It's been, I want to say, a long camp, a long 4 months now. So we're looking forward to our first fight. He's in great shape. He's learning a lot. You know, he's got a lot of experience, not only as a professional fighter, but also with his background as an amateur fighter and then being part of the Colombian national team. So, you know, he's a dedicated individual, man, so he makes my job easy.
With my new trainer, we have been working more on my foot movement. It's more of an aggressive style of boxing, taking more risk and being more aggressive than I've shown before.
He's an aggressive fighter, but I want to make him a more complete fighter, to box, to jab, to have good ring generalship. Ultimately, that's the goal right now, to make him a more complete fighter.
I have a very dangerous opponent. He's an opponent that comes with a lot of experience. He's a boxer who doesn't get intimidated when he walks into a ring. He's a very confident boxer. I know that he's going to come into the ring and give me his best. Besides the victory, I want to display my boxing skill. I want to show everyone that I'm ready to contend for a world title.
Tigres del Norte jamming inside the Velasco Theater. Getting ready for Oscar Negrete and Raul Hidalgo. As they're waiting for the Spanish broadcast to get going. There you see the corner. Big Surge, the cut man with the leather, 20-year Army vet. Marco, the stuntman, the ball man. His manager, Cesar Garcia, working with him. That's the team. And is that Roy Tapia? It is Roy Tapia.
That's Tapia, Pitbull.
Looking good. He has a fight December 16th against Ronnie Rios at the Fancy Springs. That is an excellent card, headlined by Slava Shabransky and Sullivan Barrera. Now they're going to mix it over with some Tucanes. And that 16th card, that's a good one. Slava and Barrera.
And also, what I believe is going to be a very fan-friendly, exciting 140-pound battle. Relentless Antonio Orozco taking on the always exciting Fidel Maldonado. I think top to bottom, that card is filled with prospects. One late note, Ryan Blue Chip Martin out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, now fighting out of Cleveland, Ohio. I think he has a future. He will be leading off that card.
And Steve, you guys sat down with the fighter we're going to see December 17th, the cruiserweight.
Usyk.
Usyk. You guys sat down with him, right?
Usyk, yes.
By the way, I just want to...
How do you say his name?
Usyk.
Usyk.
And Doug, Doug can vouch for me. I just want to give a thumbs up to Tom Loeffler and K2. They do the best media luncheons. We get fed very well. The Palm.
Very
pound
true.
for pound, the best place to have a press conference.
Yeah, I need to get on that email list, Tom. You guys go to the Palm?
Yes. Yes.
For media luncheon.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
it was great. Salmon was excellent.
I will interview whoever you want if it's at the Palm.
See, they get that. They get that.
There you go. Good night of boxing. This is our 6th fight of the night. Thanks for everybody watching wherever you're at. As Jason Quigley is now in the building. So the people tweeting me from Donegal, yes, he is here.
And Quigley will be fighting December 17th at the Forum. And I believe Chimpa Gonzalez, who's also on the card, he is roaming around here at the Velasco Theater.
Jason Quigley, Chimpa Gonzalez, Marvin Quintero, Jorge Linares in attendance here tonight also.
And look for Jorge Linares to have his rematch with Anthony Corolla sometime in March. He'll be going back to the UK.
Yeah, probably in Manchester.
Is he ever going to fight in the United States?
Well,
he's a man of the world. He's the Ring Magazine WBA lightweight champion world. So he fights wherever.
If he gets past this fight, I believe so. The issue was, Beto, for that
so
last
exciting.
fight.
I love watching
it is, but there was a rematch clause that was held by
Ahora empieza
Matchroom
esta
for that
próxima
fight.
pelea, esta pactada por Rocha Santos en el peso gallo. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 8 rounds this scheduled in the bantamweight division. Los tres jueces otra vez. Once again, your 3 judges scoring at ringside. Dr. Lou Morat, Thomas Taylor, and Zach Young. With the bell rings, your referee in charge of the action, el referee encargado, Jack Reese. Presentando primero en la esquina azul con los pantaloncillos negro con rojo y dorado y un peso de 119 libras y 3/4. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks trimmed in red and gold. He weighed in officially 119 3/4 pounds. Un veterano con un récord de 25 victorias, 14 derrotas y 19 ganadas por nocaut. This veteran has a record that stands at 25 victories, 14 defeats, 19 wins by way of knockout. Desde Nuevas Casas Grandes, México, presentando el Bulé, Raúl Hidalgo. Y sobrete en la esquina roja, con los pantaloncillos blanco con dorado y un peso de 119 libras. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wears white trimmed in gold. He weighed in officially 119 pounds. Con un récord perfecto de 14 victorias, 0 derrotas y 5 ganadas por nocaut. He stands perfect in 14 bouts, 14 victories, no defeats, 5 wins by way of knockout. Fighting out of Los Angeles, California, here is the undefeated Oscar El Jaguar Negrete. Once again, your referee, Jack Reese, with the final instruction.
Both trunks are a little bit high. I'm going to let them work in here. Okay. Touch gloves. Buena suerte. Play duro. Play limpio. Está bien.
Tail of the tape, Doug Fisher.
Negrete, Hidalgo, they match up very closely physically speaking. Negrete is 1 inch taller, Hidalgo is 1 year younger, and Hidalgo has a very slight 1 inch reach advantage.
Get ready to go, the undefeated Oscar Negrete in all white with some gold trim. And Bull Hidalgo, veteran fighter. He's bouncing around there in the black and red right above us. See, we're right here, so we're close.
He's ready to go.
I mean, they touch gloves, underway. Oscar Manuel Negrete, originally from Tierra Alta, Colombia, where they are watching us tonight. They have a watch party going on, so saludos a todos los que nos están mirando en Tierra Alta y todos los que le van a los Jaguares, the soccer team down there. Always good when you got a Colombian watching you. El Bule comes out with the 1-2, wearing the white gloves. Good stiff jab from Negrete to open up. 8 rounds scheduled, co-featured in the bantamweight division. This one was agreed to at 120 pounds. Negrete came in at, as did Bule, at 119. Oscar Negrete started as a pro in 2011. That was in Florida, then he had 3 fights in Mexico. Finally migrated to the United States in 2014, where he's been ever since, residing in Southern California.
Beto, I know you're there often, but at The Rock about 5-6 weeks ago, I did notice Negrete, they're working with Manuel Robles, and on that day, he happened to be sparring with the highly touted 2016 Mexican Olympian, Joselito Velasquez. And I think that's one of the great things about working with Robles right now. If you are in that gym, in his stable, you're going to get quality, consistent work at the gym.
The Rock Gym in Carson, California. Manuel Robles is working with Negrete for the first time. And you mentioned that Joselito Lopez, Mexican Olympian, signed with Taken Promotions. He'll be making his debut in a couple weeks in Cancun. And the sparring that gets down, they actually brought up a couple amateurs for him, guys with speed for Negrete, and he's had an excellent camp down there in Carson.
I think Manuel Robles has as deep a young roster of fighters. I probably got more blue chippers than John Calipari. I mean, he really does. When you go to that gym, literally from about, 9:30 in the morning till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they just roll in one by one.
He's got it covered in weight classes, too. I mean, as heavy as
lightweight to heavyweight.
Slava Shabransky.
Shabransky sparring with David Benavides. That was today. And Quigley sparring with Terrell Gaucher and Malcolm McAllister. That was today.
That's good work, yeah. Those guys are familiar. They do. That was very good work. All growing and developing together, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of wrinkles that Robles can add to Negrete's game.
Negrete is a fighter, not the heaviest of punch, only 5 KOs, but what's his style? How would you describe it, Doug?
Busy boxer. Like I said, he gets it done with work rate and his conditioning. He has to be in very good condition to make up for his lack of power. If he gets a knockout, it's because he wears guys down and ends by outworking them on his way to outpointing them.
Working.
He's a good boxer, though. I mean, he had an extensive enough amateur career. He knows how to box against a variety of styles.
Golden Boy loaded in December, and January and February starting to shape up. Jessica Rosales, what's Golden Boy got up their sleeve?
You know, what more can I say about these fights coming up that you guys didn't already touch on? Now, coming up December 16th at Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino in Indio. If you have not gone out there, this is definitely the time to do it. A massive triple header going on there. Eddie Gomez, Rashidi Ellis will be opening up at that bout. And Antonio Orozco, Fidel Maldonado Jr. in the co-main. And, of course, in the main event, Vyacheslav Shabransky, Sullivan Barrera, a definite test for Shabransky. So, again, not one that you guys want to miss. And coming up on December 17th, you guys, this will be the farewell bout for Bernard Hopkins. And leading up to the 17th, they will be doing all kinds of tributes for him. He will be doing some media workouts leading up to this. And that is, again, December 17th, live at the Historic Forum. What better way for him to end his career, his legendary career, at the Forum?
As Jefe de Jefes is jamming, the boss of bosses, Tigres del Norte here at the Velasco Theater. I mean, Doug, Steve, October, what did you call it?
Darktober. Ooh.
Man.
Ooh. By the way, Doug, we referenced the 16th anniversary of Fernando Vargas against Trinidad. The night before, speaking of Hopkins, remember,
he
was
fought
at the Venetian, fought Antoine Eccles.
The rematch.
Yeah.
He was body slammed to the canvas, may have suffered a dislocated left shoulder.
And still scored a stop.
Yeah, it just fought with just loading up with his lead right.
The only two people in the world who might remember that. I don't even think the guys who were in the room
right here. Yeah,
Bernard's like, I did that.
Wow. Beto, we were all of 17 at that time.
So let's go to that fight in Vegas. Of course it is. Talking Sports, appreciate you sending out the tweet. Boxing, UFC, you cover it all. Also, those catering taking care of Oscar Negrete. Started his own catering company. Negrete, for the first time, he said he had to change something up in his diet. Hired somebody, a nutritionist, Alonzo from El Monte, taking care of him. And how about Ricky Romero, baseball player, on his honeymoon in Costa Rica with his Canadian Hall of Fame soccer playing wife, Cara. They're watching us from Costa Rica right now. Ricky mixing in some boxing training, and with seeing Negrete, appreciate the support down in Costa Rica, where he wiped out learning to surf. And I think Negrete's trying to wipe out Bule Hidalgo right now. And Bule's been in some battles over the years. And it's hard to drop him and take him out.
I think it might be better that they're fighting under 120 pounds. They're essentially bantamweights. I think some of the fights where Hidalgo was knocked out is over 120 pounds, fighting at junior featherweight, sort of light featherweight.
Well, you mentioned that, Doug. He fought Jojo Diaz at 123, Julian Ramirez at 125.
Horacio Garcia
at 123.
Yeah, and Garcia is a huge featherweight. So
he said this is the weight
that was good for him.
He said this is the weight he feels best at, but at 124, 25, they pay more.
Of course. And you can't blame him for going up in weight to get those paydays, but there's physical punishment and damage that comes with it.
Yeah, those veteran journeyman Mexican fighters, they have no quarrels about telling you, yeah, I'm here for the money. But Negrete having a good round, landing some solid shots here. And here comes Hidalgo. That is his style. He will stay with you. If he can find a phone booth, he'll throw you in there and go with you. He said he was not impressed at all by Negrete's style nor his record. He said he hadn't fought anybody. Look who I'm with.
I didn't expect Hidalgo to be intimidated at all, seeing who he's faced.
That's a slip.
In that corner, go over there. That's good. Come here.
10
No
seconds to
knockdown.
go.
Come here, give me gloves. Come here, little one. No knockdown.
Jack Reeves cleaning him up.
Box.
Final seconds of the round.
Clean him up,
Oscar Negrete. Good round for him. And Jessica Rosales has more about El Jaguar, Oscar Negrete.
So Hidalgo may not be impressed by Oscar's record, but the Colombian boasts a record of 14-0. He's undefeated. 5 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And you'll see up on your screen right now that we do have a little bit of extra facts about him. He's from Tierra Alta, Colombia, a 2006 bronze medalist in the South American and Central American Caribbean Games. And guys, this here is his 7th consecutive fight at the Belasco. He definitely feels comfortable in this atmosphere and looks like it as well. Now, here's a post that he put up yesterday after the weigh-ins. Beto, I know that you did talk about this. Now, he did tell us that this has been his best training camp, and some of that in part to his nutritionist, that he has changed the way that he's eating. And there you see him looking very happy because he got to eat after that weigh-in. And I'll tell you, before he weighed in, he was not smiling like this.
Jess, you're one who will let us know when you're hungry, or as you like to tell us, you're hangry. And there were some hangry fighters yesterday because these dudes working to get down to that weight. I think Negrete was happy it was at 120, not 118. But hey, when you evolve as a fighter, you got to change things up. You hire a strength and conditioning coach, you hire the nutritionist. You got to do that if you want to go to the next level.
Yeah, it's especially important for boxers who don't have natural world-class punching power or brute physical strength. Got to get your body as strong as it can possibly be if you're going to make that transition to the world-class level.
And Doug, just look at Negrete's record: 14 fights, no defeats, but again, 5 knockouts. So this tells you where his fights are going to go in the future as he moves up the ranks. He's going to have to be a marathon run. All his fights are going to be 8, 9, 10 plus rounds from here on out.
Suéltelo. Suéltelo, Raúl.
Suéltelo, let him go. Jack Reeves. That's that veteran move right there, right?
That's you, necesito suerte. That's you holding his arm. Box.
It's like important for referees to speak boxeo like that, right?
Absolutely.
You don't have to speak Spanish, just know enough to tell these dudes.
Suéltelo, Raúl.
1-2 from Negrete. Good shot there. And Jaguar, the Jaguar.
Negrete is not a puncher, but he's trying. Trying to get as much leverage as he can on his shots. You can hear him bark and grunt with every shot delivered. The effort is always there with Negrete, which you have to respect.
And I believe there's now blood coming out of the left nostril of Hidalgo.
Yeah, just saw him wipe at it. Maybe blood's trickling from both nostrils now.
This is a real good round 3 here.
Oh,
Negrete's starting to really sit down.
I saw his legs give a little bit.
There it is. He's holding on.
Yeah. Something
round for Negrete, and he's moving around. Oh. That's let me buy some time here.
And it worked. It worked.
Olay.
That's what the old timers would say. He conned him. That's a con job. It's like, yeah, you had me in trouble. I was hurt. Let me do something to take your attention away from finishing me. And it worked.
A leak from the nose of Bule Hidalgo from Chihuahua, Mexico.
Early on, guys, you can see Negrete is just a little bit quicker, a little bit faster off the trigger. He is consistently beating Hidalgo to the punch.
Strong right from Negrete.
Negrete is not without athleticism. Just because he doesn't have world-class power or physical strength doesn't mean he's not a good athlete.
Another strong round for the man from Colombia. Looked like he almost went down. He didn't, did Bule? And Negrete is finishing it up here, and Bule's still trying to dance around. Good 3 rounds.
Excellent.
I agree with you, Jack. Excelente. You see Manny Robles with him. ¿Quién se anima? Who wants some?
En el 4º round. Y hasta ahorita estamos ganando todos los rounds cómodamente. Mire, deje que Loca, si llega Loca, deje que llegue solito. ¿De acuerdo? Con control, hijo, no se me aloque. Tranquilo, tóquelo y ponche duro. Ahora, escoge tus golpes y búscame los costados, por fuera, por dentro los ganchos. Busca la boca del...
Let's get some replays from that last round, Doug.
Negrete landing a short left on the inside, lands a 1-2. Under and over. He's just working both hands here as the veteran does his wily thing.
Fourth round of action. Beto Duran, Steve Kim, Doug Fisher. Oscar Negrete looking good through 3. From what I was able to hear, as Gerardo Ortiz, ¿Quién se anima? Means who wants some. That song was blaring throughout the Velasco. I mean, it's the last one of the year. You got to get the crowd fired up. Manny was telling him, you're winning every single round. Keep doing that. Good 1-2 from Negrete. Left hook, something he's incorporated into his arsenal here in this fight. Another left hook. Bula right there with him in the black trunks. (14-0) Oscar Negrete. Thanks to the teacher, Vanessa Rivera, grading papers at home, watching the fights on Ring TV. Appreciate the support as always. Boxing fan. Larry Hidalgo in Huntington Park. Another teacher watching. Teachers love watching the fights.
Teachers are fighters.
Every single day.
You have to have them to do that job, to have that career. You have to have the mentality of a fighter.
You know, you
could face those kids every day.
You could say they have about 25 opponents at a time.
Right.
And 1 hour a day for about six periods a day.
Jessica Rosales has more about Oscar Negrete.
Yeah, so if you've noticed in his corner, a big change there, you guys. He's now working with Manny Robles from the Rock Gym in Carson. And of course, Manny was telling me the way that happened is Oscar's team contacted him. Of course, he was already familiar with Oscar as he went in and sparred with a lot of his fighters, but he's been working with him exclusively for 4 months now. Now, he was telling me that the big thing about Oscar is that he doesn't want to change the way that he fights. He wants to work around what he already has and really utilize his tools out there. And he said the best thing about him is that there's potential to grow, not only to learn things, but that he wants to learn things. And of course, he said tonight the biggest biggest challenge that they have is not this new corner, but this opponent that they have, because they know Hidalgo is going to be a tough one.
Hidalgo's a tough one, as Jose Jr. Josepa says. Thanks for having Jessica Rosales on the broadcast. Good information, Jess, about Manny and Negrete working together. And Negrete just, this is what you guys said, Bill, from the get-go. He gets on top of you, like they say in Spanish, encima. He smothers you.
Yeah, he looks like he's really trying to break Hidalgo down. Now, I see blood high on the right side of the head of Negrete. I don't know if it's his blood or Hidalgo's blood.
I think so far that this union between Manny Robles and Negrete, I would give them a passing grade. I think Negrete's overhand right has been very good today. He's done a nice job of setting up with the jab, then feinting, and then coming over, and they stop the fight.
And it is over. He stops it here. Jack Reese jumps in. He's seen Hidalgo take too much punishment here. And Oscar Negrete, the first time working with Manny Robles Jr., they embrace, gets the stoppage. And Hidalgo is tough. He will wear it. But that blood you were talking about, guys, was over his left eye. He was cut there. He was leaking from the nose.
The nose.
Well, Beto, as
so
I
he
was
wasn't
saying,
getting oxygen, you know what I mean?
The right hand of Negrete, I thought, was the dominant choice, and he would actually curl it and then throw it as a can opener, as they say, over
right
the
on the
top.
ear.
And I thought he was really good in putting on steady pressure, but at all times setting up that right hand from various distances.
And you didn't see any opposition from Hidalgo at all.
No, absolutely. Once he started cranking those overhand rights, he drove Hidalgo to the ropes, and then he switched his attack to the body and set to work at breaking down the veteran. And he did. The veteran stayed on his feet, but the fight was taken out of him.
There he is. It's always good when your cut man, Big Serge, doesn't have to work.
You know, Doug, we referenced this before. If you look at the 118-pound belt holders, obviously the guy out of Japan, Shinsuke Yamanaka, very respected fighter.
Well, he's an elite fighter.
There's no doubt.
Yeah,
but the other
he's
guys
a
like
pound-for-pound level guy.
Rashi Warren, the guy to Cincinnati, very fast, a little bit fragile. Lee Haskins, I think, is very beatable. Marlon Topolis, I think, is very beatable. I don't see a lot of Supermen out there.
Those are belt holders.
Yeah, listen, if Negrete can get just a little bit better under the stewardship of Manny Robles, listen, I could see him in there with a guy like Jamie McDonald, who was very fortunate to beat a Liborio Solis, or a guy like Paul Butler, or a Stuart Hall, or a J.C. Payano.
Those are good fights, by the way. I think he just needs to, like, he needs to get another 10-rounder or two under his belt, a hard 10-rounder, maybe beat a top 15 contender, and then I think Golden Boy should just let him loose.
But I think tonight,
whoever will fight him, whatever title holder will fight him, take it.
But I think tonight that this partnership between him and Manny Robles is off to a very, very strong start.
There he is with a hand raised. El Jaguar. Saludos a toda la gente que nos está viendo de Tierra Alta, Colombia. El Jaguar with the victory. Oh, that looks good right there. That's a nice shot there. The Golden Boy staff getting the smooth shot. They got the drone out there. They got it all for you. Great job, guys. And Golden Boy Boxing on Ring TV Live is brought to you by Casa Mexico Tequila. Casa Mexico Tequila. It's in the taste. Go to casamexicotequila.com to find out more. And if you're having a wedding, well, right, I got you right there. Casa Mexico coming your way. Beth the Brand, Doug Fisher, Steve Kim, and Jessica Rosales. The final edition of the LA Fight Club for 2016. And they're already shaping up what will be a strong 2017. Remember the last time we were with Oscar, he's like, well, I got big news.
49 segundos del cuarto asalto. Referee para la pelea para el ganador por knockout. The end comes officially 2 minutes, 49 seconds, round number 4. Referee Jack Reese puts a halt to the bout. Your winner by KO and still undefeated, Oscar El Jaguar Negrete.
He is now 15-0, his 6th stoppage, Oscar Negrete. There you see Ted, stage manager, waving his tattoo, working the crowd. Tattoo right there in the middle. That's the voice you hear throughout the night at all the Golden Boy events, press conferences, Ted getting the work done. As Jessica Rosales has got him in place. And there she is. Jess, what do you have?
Well, obviously, the obvious one, Oscar, what was it like having Manny in your corner for the first time? Tener Manny en tu esquina por la primera vez. ¿Qué me puedes decir de eso?
Bueno, he sentido un cambio que quería. Me siento más confiado en el ring, me siento con más movilidad. En realidad me ha beneficiado mucho este nuevo estilo que estoy agarrando. Tengo el mismo estilo, pero le estamos metiendo cositas diferentes que el profesor Manny trajo a mi campamento.
He said that he feels the change that he wanted to see. He feels very mobile in there. He feels very confident. And with Manny, he didn't change his style, but he definitely feels that he's doing a lot better in the ring. Oscar, pues, Raúl, he was a little bit tough for you tonight. Un poco difícil para ti adentro del cuadrilátero. ¿Qué pasó ahí con él?
Bueno, es un muchacho que tiene mucha experiencia, pero lo trabajamos bien. Muchacho que vino a pelear, no se dio por vencido y por todo el tiempo estuvo buscando la pelea.
He said that Hidalgo definitely came to fight. He has a lot of experience, and that tonight he was looking for the fight, but ultimately he gets the victory. Now, Manny, of course, your first time being in the corner. We talked about this before the fight. You said you wouldn't know what it felt like until after. What's the verdict?
Well, the verdict is extremely satisfied and happy for his performance. I think you all saw a different fighter tonight. Saw a kid that he's still aggressive. He's still a come-forward fighter, but he's control aggression, like I said before, and working behind the jab, which is the most important thing.
And that's something that Steve Kim did mention. So there you guys have it, a new partnership formed here, and of course with some great results tonight. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
First time together, they get it. Thank you, Jessica. Manny Robles, who trains 2 world champions, and Oscar Negrete. There you see Team Lopez, Team Abe Lopez, working the midst. Good lather working up right now. He, along with his father/trainer, are downstairs getting ready. That's the main event coming up next.
How I want to be remembered, only as a guy that worked hard and a guy that was willing to sacrifice whatever he had to sacrifice, his career, his life, his dedication, to prove that you don't have to lay down because others might say you should. You don't have to give up because others think you should. I want to leave a legacy is that Bernard Hopkins is a damn man. And he was a man because he did things that other true men wouldn't do. And that's take the bull by the horns. I want to be remembered as a man that stood up when others wouldn't dare. When they mentioned 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, they said that old guy right there was the son of a gun. He stood up no matter who you was. And he spoke his mind no matter what you thought. Now I'm going to continue to do what I feel is right, no matter what the circumstances.
Golden Boy Boxing on Ring TV Live is brought to you by the Ring Magazine. Subscribe today at ringtv.com. Beautiful shot. Our Golden Boy staff is ending the year strong at LA Fight Club. Great job, guys, all the graphics. And we're back here ringside as Vicente Fernandez is jamming. Beth the Duran, let me fix the velvet right here. Boom. Steve Kim, you got the peanuts tie ready to go. Doug Fisher coming in strong. And Abe Lopez sat down with our Ring TV cameras and had an excellent interview with them.
I've been training differently for this fight, and the fans are going to see that. A lot more pressure in this fight. I want to keep my title. My opponent, Sergio Lopez's style is great for my style of boxing. He's an aggressor. He's going to try to jump in, trying to throw those looping punches, and I'm perfect for counter punching, working inside. I mean, because he throws wild punches, so I'm able to counter him inside with uppercuts and then work the body and hopefully get that W. Being 29 years old, yeah, I think I'm ready to be challenging the top contenders at the featherweight division. My last fight with Julian Ramirez, had a hematoma. It was a bad hematoma on the forehead. I deserved the decision over Julian because I outboxed him. I beat him at least 6 rounds to 4. If I were to do the fight with Julian over again, I would do differently with the game plan, my whole game plan. I think I wanted to go in there and make a statement and show how strong I am. But boxing is not about the strength, it's about intelligence. And when I started boxing him, that's when he had trouble. I learned a lot from this fight. It's about using every ability inside that ring, footwork, movements, defense, counter-punching. Next year, I would like to fight Paul Frampton, Jose Luis Payat, whoever it is, the top contenders, the 126, that have the title. I want a title.
The pride of La Puente, there you see him, El Chamaco. Abe Lopez with Joel Diaz in his corner.
Scheduled for the NABO Featherweight Championship. Presentado por Los Candelones Golden Boy Promotions y patrocinado por Cerveza Tecate, Born Bold, Casa Mexico Tequila, it's in the taste. Supervisor de Nava, the NABA Supervisor in Attendance, Sean Wells. Los tres jueces por ese combate, the 3 judges scoring at ringside. Once again, Hall of Famer Dr. Lou Moret, Thomas Taylor, and Zach Young. When the bell rings, your referee in charge of the action, encargado de ring, el referee Raul Caes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are ready and the fighters are ready. Ciudad de Los Angeles, make some noise if you are ready! Presentando primero una esquina azul con los pantalones negro con blanco y un peso de 125 libras y un cuarto. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing black, trimmed in white, he weighed officially 125 1/4 pounds. Su récord, 20 victorias con 13 ganadas por nocaut, 12 derrotas y un empate. His record stands at 20 victories, including 13 knockout wins, 12 defeats and 1 draw. Presentando el hijo de Ensenada, Baja California, México, Sergio Mickey Lopez. Y sorprende en la esquina roja, con los pantalones blanco con negro y un peso de 125 libras y 3 cuartos. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wears white, trimmed in black. He weighed officially 125 3/4 pounds. Con un récord perfecto de 21 victorias, 0 derrotas, 1 empate y 15 ganadas por nocaut. His professional record stands perfect with 21 victories, including 15 knockouts, no defeats, and 1 draw. Presentando el orgullo de La Puente, California, el invicto, Abraham, el Chamaco Lopez.
Muchachos, les digo, chúdense de abajo en el vestido. Acuérdense, muy importante, golpes atrás de la cabeza no se valen. Golpes aquí están perfectamente bien. Dense la mano y buena suerte los dos.
Tail of the tape. Abraham Lopez at age 29 is 1 year younger. They are of equal height, and Lopez, his wingspan is 4 inches longer.
We're ready to go. Our main event, 7th fight tonight. All of them previously have ended with a stoppage. Well, that happened in our 7th and main event. Abe Lopez in the white trunks. They're both wearing white and black. That's cool. They're both wearing black gloves. They both have the same last name. All righty, here we go. Abe Lopez, undefeated with black gloves. Sergio Lopez, Ensenada, Baja California, Mexico, in the red gloves.
And the ink.
And the tattoo. There you go. Abe has it, Bible verse underneath his arm.
That's true. Sealed.
Exactly. Undefeated Abraham Lopez, La Puente, California, 21-0-1. His dad, Rafa Sr., Rafa Lopez is his trainer, and had some fights as a pro. Fought at the Olympic a couple of times.
Wow.
He was the guy who they called on a Wednesday and said, hey, we need a fight tomorrow. How much do you weigh right now? He was like, I was working in a factory. I didn't care. I just wanted to fight. Had a couple young kids. Loved it, but that was enough for me.
That's a legendary boxing venue here in Los Angeles.
Which is what the Velasco's becoming. Seeing guys graduate from here, like Joseph Diaz, went from being a main event fighter here now to pay-per-view. What you want to do? Abraham Lopez turned pro in 2008. Took a 3-year break between 2012 and 15. Management issues, that he basically sat out his contract. Went back to school, became a respiratory therapist for 3 years. They always wanted to get back into the sport, knew he was going to. The day he could, he signed up. Came back in 2015. A draw. Hey, Doug, you worked that fight, didn't you?
I saw that fight. You and I have been ringside for every fight since then. Yeah, that 6-round draw was against Panda Martinez. It's a fight that he really should have won, and he admits that ring rust was a factor. He realized that that's a real thing. That's just not some saying that people have. And it doesn't matter, if you stay in shape while away from the ring. If you're gone from the ring for more than a year, there's going to be some ring rust. He experienced it, and he came back and looked very sharp in 3 consecutive fights that you and I called, Beto. Part of the reason he looked sharp is that he mixed in his boxing with some choice punching, particularly to the body. We saw a nice left hook to the body that Lopez landed to Mickey, and I think that's how he got a lot of his stoppages.
Mickey Lopez, the opponent, 2012-1, a veteran. Most of his fights have been in Mexico. Abe going to the body here in the opening round. It's scheduled for 10, featherweight division. Undefeated Abraham Lopez, veteran from Ensenada, Sergio Mickey Lopez. Main event at the Velasco Theater in downtown Los Angeles. Jessica Gonzalez has more about Abraham Chamaco Lopez.
Yeah, and we're also talking about Sergio Lopez now. Beto, you did mention that most of his fights have happened in Mexico, but he's had some fights here in LA. This is actually his 2nd time here at the Velasco, and of course he's fought in Las Vegas too. He has a record of 20-12-1, 13 of those wins by way of knockout. He's a former World Boxing Federation Intercontinental Featherweight Champion. And of course, he lost to Golden Boy fighter Joet Gonzalez here at the Fight Club just in August by unanimous decision.
Mickey Lopez, he's coming in feeling different, actually living in Los Angeles. And what about Abe, Jess?
You see Abe up on the screen, like you guys said earlier, 29 years old with a record 21-0 with 1 draw, 15 knockouts. He's the NABA featherweight champion, and he told me before the fight that he feels pressure to protect that title. He beat Julian Ramirez in a unanimous decision in June on HBO. And outside of the ring, guys, he's a respiratory therapist.
Oh, trying to breathe here, as Lina said. He needs a breather from Abe here. Wants the easy one. Y feliz cumpleaños a David Diaz, el hermano de Roberto Diaz. Michelada Time's brother is having a birthday today, David Diaz. And also Sebastian Romero watching us in East LA. Appreciate it. A youngster getting his boxing fix. And how about Gabriel Duran in Long Beach, the principal, watching us online.
Another educated.
And the educated people know that Beth and Steve and Doug are here to school them.
They just want to watch good fights.
And they learn from you guys.
Yeah.
Abe Lopez, he throws that punch and he's screaming here. What was this aggression against Julian?
That's what was missing, and that's what he needs to recapture. He has to remind people that he's not just a boxer. He can be a boxer puncher, and he can be entertaining.
In all fairness, though, you know, they always say styles make fights.
That's true.
Sometimes styles don't make fights. And with Julian Ramirez, it just really was not a good mix. By the way, what happened to Julian Ramirez? Looks like he's gone to Bolivian since that point. I don't even think he's
gone to Bolivian?
Yeah, as Mike Tyson would say. Not oblivion,
Bolivian, like a real place.
You know, you could correct Mike Tyson if you want, but,
Nope.
but that's
No
on
thanks.
you, Beto.
He's a fine thespian. With we're not going to harp on Julian Ramirez and Abe Lopez because Abe Lopez is the man in the ring right now, but Julian Ramirez, the southpaw. You're right, haven't seen him. Out of sight, out of mind. Oh, a good shot landed by Lopez. Body work landed by Mickey Lopez, fighting with the red gloves.
Yeah, one thing that Mickey showed us in the 10 rounds that he went with Gonzalez is that he is competent. He's not one of these journeymen that just gets in there and swings wildly or isn't in there trying to win. He is somebody who knows how to box. He has a very good foundation, and he can be sneaky in there.
Yeah, and his last bout, Doug, was October 14th. So this is a guy who's been on weight, I assume, should be in some sort of rhythm, and he was able to score a third-round knockout over Roberto Lopez in Baja.
I think his training situation is better here in 2016 than it has been in previous years. And now that he's living here now, right?
Yes, he is. So,
now that he's based in the United States, I think his conditioning is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, and I think Jessica she actually talked to him about his corner because he's changed up his corner again. He was with Ponce de Leon.
Right, he was with
for
De
last
Leon,
time,
right.
And this time he is with Javier Capetillo. He actually, you're right, he lives in West Covina now. I know Jessica got some information about the change in that corner. We'll check in with her later on. Good double jabs there by Abe Lopez. The black gloves. Abe Lopez born in 1987. He will go into that southpaw stance at times. Throws that jab. Mixing in the jab, much to Steve Kim's delight. You will hear Steve Kim say over and over for a fighter to use a jab.
César 10, esquina roja.
Hey, Abraham, golpes derechitos, déjalo que te... Hey, golpes derechitos, Abraham. Cuando está, agáchate, póngate, estás agachadito. No, you're not doing anything, but trucha con la cabezota, you don't want to get cut.
Hey, you're making an easy fight, a hard fight, mijo. Come on. Hey, you're raising your head up too high. No, cierra tu defensa y quédate bajito. Hay que trabajar el cuerpo. Este pinche mordo está muy despacio para ti, mijo. You have to work a little more. Ven. Hey, picando. Vienen abajo y arriba.
Lopez lands a beautiful 1-2. That right hand landed with authority. And there's a nice left to the body landed by Abe Lopez.
And by the way, Doug, that was the voice of a very, very emphatic Joel Diaz in the corner. Another guy that has a very deep roster of very, very talented young fighters.
Yeah, Joel Diaz. I know Jessica spoke with Joel as he walked into the building. We'll check in with her. So Jessica's got info on both of these corners coming out later on.
Diaz isn't training with Abe Lopez day to day. They bring him in specifically to work the corner on fight night, and he is excellent between rounds. He just
like that.
Yeah,
like that left hook.
Well,
he just landed.
He gives them something to do, but the way he delivers his message, like you said, Steve, it's emphatic. And he cracks the whip and he gives you energy.
There is that saying, it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
He's a jockey.
Yeah. I thought Joe Jousce, his biggest strength, I thought, was going to the whip at the proper times.
Yeah. And you can't whip him the whole time, right?
No, you can't, but I tell you, one thing that's missing in sports, especially in this sport, Beto, is honesty. I think there are too many cornermen that are concerned about their future employment than actually doing their jobs, and I don't think that's ever been a problem for Joel Diaz.
Mickey Lopez with the red gloves, got all tattoos, nicknamed Mickey. He said, as a kid, everybody called him Mickey. That is his name. If you call him Sergio, he really doesn't answer. I learned that the hard way. I was like, Sergio, he was like, dude, this guy not like me?
I like it. It's catchy.
There it is.
Hey,
Jessica
Mickey.
Gonzalez, what do you have on Joel Diaz working the corner of Abraham Lopez?
So he's been with Abraham Lopez since day one, you guys, telling me that he was with him before he took that break for school, and that when he came back to boxing, Joel said he earned the right for him to just push things aside and help Abe out. Now, his last fight against Julian, he told me that he was not 100% happy with that fight, not because of his performance, but because of what happened outside of the ring, saying that Abe overtrained himself, that he really wanted to impress on HBO Latino against Julian Ramirez, and it definitely showed in the ring. Now, this time around, he definitely did pace himself a lot more in his training camp, and Joel told us that he will be doing a lot better this time around, pacing himself, staying calm.
And he's looking good here in the third round in front of Roberto Diaz, the matchmaker, and Jorge Linares.
Yeah, they are watching and they like what they see because it's basically the art of boxing. He's hitting and he's not being hit in return.
And he's landing some good shots here with some power, and he's going to the body. Because he's landed a couple body shots, and Mickey Lopez puts his hands on like, okay, you got me there.
Well, Beto, what he's done is he's landed to the body, so he goes downstairs first, and then he'll get the elbow down of Lopez, Mickey Lopez, that is, then he'll come over the top with the hook. It's a very simple concept that Abe is really executing very well here in this round.
Couple good shots landed by each fighter. Good right, that staggers Mickey Lopez a bit. He spits out a little bit.
Yeah, it was well timed. It was a lead right.
Final seconds of the third round. Abraham Lopez starting to heat up and looking good here in the main event at the Belasco Theater.
There he is, El Niño del Oro, the golden boy from Venezuela. He is Ring Magazine's lightweight champion of the world. He also holds the WBA lightweight title.
One of the most stylish, beautiful fighters I think I've ever seen. I still remember him, Doug, about 7-8 years ago. I think he was still a teenager, actually giving Manny Pacquiao his best work before either the Morales or Marquez rematch. And I still remember guys like Rudy Hernandez and Matt Foley telling me this might be the best 18, 19-year-old fighter they had seen at that current time.
Linares from Venezuela, but grew up as an adult in Japan.
In Tokyo, yeah, and is fluent in Japanese.
Man.
Beautiful jab, set up a right hand, which set up a short, quick left hook on the inside from Lopez. There he is, touching him with the jab again. Good stuff from Abraham Lopez.
Abraham Lopez, before his fight with Julian Ramirez, had 3 stoppages over Alfred Tete, Jorge Diaz, and Carlos Valdez.
And he looked very sharp in those fights.
He did. Fourth round, Beto Duran, Doug Fisher, Steve Kim, Jessica Rosales, and our favorite commentator, no offense, Steve and
What's
Doug,
up, guys?
but Oscar De La Hoya joins us.
How
right
are
now.
you?
You're back for more, baby, huh?
I'm back. I love it.
What do you see from Abe Lopez so far, right?
I mean, look, they're difficult styles to figure out. I think Lopez, is a game fighter. He's here to. It's not a walk in the park, but I think what Abraham has to do is, if you notice, when he throws punches, he leaves his chin straight up in the air.
Like that.
Exactly. So what he must do is go to the body and keep that chin down. But this is a fight that is difficult. It's tough for both guys.
Abraham Lopez in the white trunks with the black gloves. Undefeated fighter. And lands a straight, good left hook. Good body shot from Abe. Last edition of the LA Fight Club, another sold-out edition at the Belasco Theater in downtown Los Angeles. December 16th, Golden Boy goes to Fancy Springs. Slava Shabransky, Sullivan Barrero. Oscar, I know you love Slava because you gave him the nickname Chingonski.
Chingonski. It's a great fight. It's going to be a test for both guys. I mean, what I'm looking forward to is that if Shabransky can knock him out or stop him, and it's something that Andre Ward couldn't do, I mean, that would be very, very impressive, and it would solidify his being maybe top 15, top 10 in the world.
Oh, he's already top 10.
Exactly. So
it definitely moves him up the light heavyweight ladder.
So it'll be obviously a step in the right direction towards that world title.
Good body work again from Abe Lopez, continuing to attack the body of the fighter from Ensenada, Mickey Lopez. Going upstairs now is Abe Lopez. starting to heat up. Got the good lather going. Controlling this fight is Abraham Chamaco Lopez from La Puente.
Mickey is not making it easy, though.
He's not making it easy, and he's a scrapper. He's not a walk in the park, and he's not going to make it easy for Abraham, that's for sure.
He's the kind of veteran where you can't coast against. You have to keep your focus at all times, because the moment you let your intensity wane a bit, that's when he clips you.
Exactly, and what Mickey, I think, is trying to focus on, and maybe he figured out, is that when every time Abraham throws that punch, that chin goes straight up, and it's vulnerable.
Is it the right hand when he delivers it? That the chin is in the air.
Both punches.
Both punches.
Yeah, he has that chin straight up in the air.
Another solid round from Abraham Lopez. We're done with 4. December 17th at the Forum. You know, Bernard Hopkins the main event, but that kid right there, Oscar, you were raving about him. Ryan Garcia makes his Golden Boy debut. What do we know about him?
He's amazing.
Really?
He could be the one.
No.
He's a young kid who is a multiple national champion. I mean, look, he's a good-looking kid. Kind of reminds me of me when I was young, you know, back in the day. But no, this kid has skills. He has power. He has it all. And I think he can go very far. But obviously, it's one fight at a time. He's got to prove himself. He's got to go into deep waters sooner or later. And we're gonna keep testing him as long as they keep progressing. I mean, they can. I think sky's the limit for anybody here. It's just that they have to work hard. And,
for fans who haven't seen Ryan fight, what is his style?
His style is a boxer puncher. I mean, he has a beautiful style. He has tremendous speed, which is incredible. So, but he's a boxer puncher. And he was telling me, look, why don't these guys go for the kill? I mean, that was music to my ears.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear.
Music to my ear. I want to hear that. And so, I mean, Ryan Garcia, you want to watch. You want to keep an eye on him.
That'll be December 17th at the Forum. That starts at 2:30 with Jousce Gonzalez, who the fighter would be headlining here, Velasco. That December 17th card, Oscar, is stacked. You have Jousce Gonzalez, Chimpa Gonzalez,
right,
Jason Quigley, and then the main event with Bernard Hopkins and the co-feature, Joseph Diaz Jr. Baby.
Exactly.
Get your tickets at the Golden Boy website or Ticketmaster for December 17th. You don't want to miss that one.
It's going to be a good night of fights, and every single guy is in tough, competitive fights, and we're looking forward to closing the year with a bang, and I just can't wait for 2017. It's going to be exciting to see what we have in store for everybody.
Yeah, you keep telling us we got something good, but
I'm not going to say it.
I'm
not going to say it yet.
That's why you're the boss. You can do whatever you want.
Lopez has stepped up his aggression here in round 5, and I think Mickey welcomes it. We're seeing more exchanges. I think Lopez believes he can hurt Mickey, and Mickey sees opportunity whenever Lopez lets his hands go.
Right. I mean, look, I think the only way Mickey can catch him is when Abraham throws punches and he leaves himself wide open. That chin must go down. It's very dangerous to keep it up.
Does it seem as though Lopez protects his chin a little bit better when they're in close than from a distance or mid-distance?
Well, he does because he has no choice because he's not throwing punches. But for some strange reason, every time he throws a punch, that chin goes straight up.
As Abraham Lopez
is again.
hitting behind the back. Mickey's been complaining about that as Abe has been mixing in a steady diet of body shots, especially with that left. Undefeated, Abraham Lopez, Chamaco from La Puente. Oscar, when you face these tough Mexican veterans, they have that weird record. How do you take them out? Mickey's 20-12, but you know that aguanta, like he's gonna take it with you.
It's normally the body that will do it. Yeah. You have guys who they know how to smother you. They know how to take that impact away from the punch that's coming at him. And the only way is to work that body, and hopefully stop him with a liver shot.
Abraham Lopez back in the ring for the first time since beating Julian Ramirez, who was a southpaw. That was one where the styles just didn't mix up. Here it is against Mickey Lopez, who's there willing to trade with him.
There's a body shot from Lopez. Landed a right to the body. It's really his only body shot of round 5.
Left. Strong left hook, another strong round for Abraham Lopez. As Maná is jamming. Me vale, vale. That's the one where you're like, oh, right?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
That's
Golden
the one.
Boy Boxing on Ring TV Live is brought to you by Casa Mexico Tequila. Casa Mexico Tequila, it's in the taste. Go to casamexicotequila.com to find out more. You'll see Mario Lopez on the website. You'll see all kinds of good stuff. And then you see the freeway in downtown Los Angeles. Never moves that fast, unless Oscar has that police escort to get you going. You see Joel Diaz. Now, Oscar, on your Instagram, you show that you're back training because you want to eat tamales here.
Well, the holidays are coming, so I don't want to gain too much weight.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, that's once an athlete, always an athlete, And so I actually did post a couple of videos where I was kind of working on my acting skills.
There you go.
Yeah, everybody thought I had fallen somewhere in some hiking trail, and but it was all staged.
Oscar, what do you see here when you look at the video?
Well, what I see here is, I mean, it's great action. I think both fighters are in the fight. I think both fighters. I mean, obviously Abraham has the edge, but there's no quit in the fighter in the black trunks.
That is Mickey Lopez from Ensenada, Mexico. He was actually done with his career, did Mickey. He was down in Mexico earlier this year, and he was getting those fights where they were putting him up against another veteran. He's like, you know what, I'm done with this. There's no money in this. I'm not really doing anything. So he came to the United States, got a visa, he and his wife and son, and started working construction. He's like, I'm going to the Norte, and I'm just going to be a dude who's going to be retired. And then he hooked it with Ponce de Leon, got another fight. Then he fought Joel Gonzalez. So he's now working construction during the day. But because he's living in the United States, he said the nutrition's better, the sparring's better.
Right.
He hooked it with Capetillo, lives in West Covina. He's like, I found a new birth, an energy living and training in the United States. He's like, I can do this a few more years. He goes, I'm going to be a tough out for anybody I go against. And you're seeing this right now against Abe Lopez.
Well, this is his fourth bout of 2016, so he's probably made some decent money from boxing.
Exactly, and look, I mean, he has the conditioning, he has the he has that gut, the strength, and he wants to fight, but he's got to polish up his game just a bit, and I think he can win some fights down the road.
But this is how you, Roberto, Javier Razo, and Eric Gomez, President Golden Boy, you guys match up your young kids this way on purpose, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you want to teach them, you want to teach them, with guys who are going to throw punches back at you. I mean, you just don't want punching bags in there. This guy's a veteran. This guy is there's no quit in him. He's coming forward, which is great.
Professional.
And he feels he can win the fight.
He's in condition.
Exactly.
I mean, we're in the 6th round, and he's still in there. He's taking some punishment, but he's landed some shots in return, and he has that professional pride.
Exactly, that professional pride, and I love these fighters who are the veteran fighters who have those losing records.
That was a nice left hook.
Exactly, but they feel they can win.
Well, that left hook must have given Mickey Lopez a boost of confidence, and he needed it too.
Blood from the nose of Mickey Lopez. He's got the red gloves. Tattoos at Ensenada on him. Born and raised there. But as a kid, he was messing around in the streets, running the wrong people. He was fighting in the streets. Somebody took him to a boxing gym and said, you're going to fight, you might as well do something with yourself. That's how he went to the gym at the age of 16. A couple amateur fights. Mexico turned pro at 16. That's what he did. Fighting ever since 2005.
And it's important right now for Abraham Lopez not to coast, not to lose his concentration. He's comfortably ahead on the scorecards, but he still needs to make a statement.
Final seconds of the round. That'll do it. Another good one for Abe Lopez. But Mickey Lopez is their game. You sticking with us, Oscar?
I'll stick around.
There you
I'll
go.
stick around. I mean, I always enjoy the fights, and it's always great. I mean, the LA Fight Club is just awesome. I mean,
it is.
We're looking forward to next year and making it a big one once again, and having our it's kind of like a farming system here. It's we get to build those young fighters, those local fighters, and like the Jojo Diaz's who are now fighting on HBO. Yeah. So it's a great platform for these young kids to learn, to get the feel of the crowd, of the energy, the excitement, and on TV. So
the activity is the most important thing,
exactly,
right?
and you stay active. So
you combine this series with the Fantasy Springs series, and there's so many dates available.
Exactly.
But you guys have the stable. You have the young guys.
Right.
Probably the biggest stable of boxers between the ages of 18 and 21.
Exactly.
Than any other promotional company that I know of.
And we have a lot of young kids who have the potential to obviously become world champion. But I feel a couple of diamonds in the rough there that we have discovered, and so it's a matter of time for us to just keep on developing, building, and that's what we do best. Right?
That's one of the great things about boxing sometimes. I mean, obviously you got guys like Joseph Diaz Jr., who was an Olympian. He was an elite level amateur, just as you were.
Right.
It came as no shock or surprise that Oscar De La Hoya won, more than a few world professional titles once he turned pro. But boxing is full of these stories of these guys that come out of nowhere, or maybe were like the bridesmaid or the bronze medalist, on the amateur level, either nationally or internationally, who go on to have incredible professional careers.
Yeah, and obviously the professional game is different than amateur. There's a lot of fighters who don't win gold medals, who don't even make the Olympic team, who haven't even won a national title as an amateur.
They have amateur experience, but they don't have those amateur accomplishments of winning the tournament.
But they become great pros. And one perfect example, I'm sorry, is like a Miguel Cotto, for instance.
Absolutely.
He was a fighter who had a lot of power, didn't go to the Olympics,
Well, no, he did go to the Olympics, but he was out in the first round.
In the first round, exactly. Yeah. So fighters like that, I mean, they're there. They come by. It's rare that they come by, but they're out there.
And that's about how the promoters and the matchmakers develop them as professionals. They may need a little bit more polishing as professionals than that blue chip amateur does.
And every fight for us, especially for our matchmakers. You take a look at them, you study them, and you determine whether we step them up or they have to stay in that same level until they keep progressing and getting better.
Good strong right landed by Mickey Lopez here. His corner's really fired up. And Oscar, obviously you went to the Olympics, gold medal. It's different now because now you're signing kids that are 18 who are skipping the Olympics, like the Hector Tanahadas, those blue chippers, Virgil Ortiz, as a good brawler starting to break out here in the 7th round. As Mickey Lopez, with the tattoos all over him, is bringing the pressure here to Abe Lopez. And Abe doesn't like that. Abe's coming with them, willing to trade.
Abe wants to answer him. Yeah, Mickey Lopez had his moments earlier in the round, and now Abe Lopez is raging back, which is what you want to see.
This is a good scrap right here. This is good for Abe Lopez, especially coming out after his last fight.
This is great for Abe Lopez. He's getting experience. He's in with a tough veteran who can take the punch and who can give it back. Oh.
The last Belasco LA Fight Club for 2016. That right there underneath the signage, standing room only, first come, first serve. You get there. Those people right there, Oscar, line up at 4 o'clock. When we get here early, they are outside waiting on a Friday.
Yeah.
You gotta love that.
I love it. Cool venue. I love it. It's great. It's a great venue, and most importantly, I mean, the fights are always great. And that's what Fight Club is all about. I mean, the atmosphere. It's. I first started this series because of watching Fight Club with Brad Pitt.
Really?
And so
we don't talk about Fight Club.
We don't talk about
exactly.
It. Right.
So it reminded me of being underground, and it's small, it's intimate, and it's just great. So I'm glad I did it.
And we're glad that you brought Ring TV involved with David Teixeira, Scott Teixeira, Will Wright, and everybody, because we get so many tweets throughout the fight, especially Rocio and Rosemead. I know you want me to send you a shout out because Oscar's right here with you, but we get people from watching Australia, Ireland. We have somebody in the UK watching these fights, and it's awesome to get the exposure for the next generation of Golden Boy boxers. You got one more round in you?
It is. I do actually, but
there we go.
I'm really excited what we have in store for Ring TV. We're doing soon an official launch of a new website, a new app, so it's going to be pretty exciting. I mean, we have big things to come in 2017.
8th round between Abe Lopez. He's got the black gloves. He's the undefeated fighter. A little struggling underneath his left eye. Mickey Lopez been wearing some body shots. There you see him lowering his trunks. And another good round. Lopez, Mickey's just going to come at you, stay with you. He doesn't care that his eyes are swelling. He doesn't care that he has blood coming down from his nose. He's going to stay right there with you and willing to trade.
Stop! Break!
Oh, look how you Sr. separates them. Abe Lopez having to work for everything tonight. More body work, and you can hear that thud to the left side of Mickey Lopez. Takes a deep breath. Oscar, you said it 3 rounds ago. You got to attack that body.
I mean, yeah, that's when you face fighters like this. I mean, who have a great chin, and he's in good shape actually. But as you can see, that body shot did affect him.
Another good body shot. That left from Abe Lopez. Goes upstairs with that left quick hook.
You can see the wear and tear on the face of Mickey Lopez.
Right, and this is the fight that Mickey actually wants Abraham to be in, because one of those punches, one of those looping punches can land on that chin, and that's exactly what Mickey is trying to do, lure him in.
How does Abe stay focused though, not to get caught?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to correct while the fight is going on and while he's in the fight. I mean, that's something you correct in the gym, in training. And I mean, I guess all he has to do is try to keep his hands up, because that chin is not going to come down anytime soon.
And now I see what you're talking about. I mean, I've never been in the ring, I don't know, but now I see where that nota, where it's just out there.
Right. Especially when he throws a left hook.
And against a faster fighter, that's dangerous, right?
Oh, very dangerous. I'm sitting next to Jorge Linares, who's an amazing world champion, and first thing he told me was, oh, I would feint him, wait for his left hook, and catch him with my left hook, and it'll be all over. And I believe him.
That's why they say you don't hook with a hooker. If your hook is not as crisp or fast as your opponent,
and it's a split
you're
second.
trying to land yours, right?
It's a split second.
Golden Boy, Hall of Famer, founder of Golden Boy Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya. Thanks a lot for Oscar for joining us. Always appreciate that.
What a pleasure. Have happy holidays, Christmas, everything, and Happy New Year. And we thank all the fans, Ring TV
well, there's a
live.
camera right there. You can
and yeah, thank you very much for all the support. And next year we'll be back bigger, better, stronger, and you guys have been great. So thank you.
¿Cuáles tamales si quieres?
I'm gonna have let's see, the piña.
You got the, I'm a piña guy.
Piña, yeah.
Oh, the sweet tamales.
Gotta have the little chicken ones with a little potato, and
all right.
My sister takes care of that.
Don't worry, Doug. We got you, bro.
Thank you,
Oscar De La Hoya. So all the piña tamales, make sure you send them to the office. We'll take care of those, Will. And look at the corner of Will Wright.
Vamos bien, o sea, vamos, ya sabemos lo que tenemos que hacer, todo o nada. Pero esto es lo que quería, el otro lado y este. ¿Ok? Moviendo la cintura, no se me agüiten, la cara arriba.
Telling him with everything, we got to go with everything right now. Is what you wanted. Thanks to Oscar De La Hoya, keeping the seat warm for Steve Kim.
What did I miss?
What'd you see from a distance, Steve?
Well, I think right now Abe Lopez should just keep sticking to the body. I think as long as he makes a concerted effort to go downstairs. I actually thought he wasted a round or two not really investing more left hooks and right hands through the body.
Yeah, I think that was round 6 and round 7.
He neglected it. And to nobody's surprise, Mickey Lopez had some moments in those rounds where he wasn't getting shoved to the body.
You know, when they watch this tape, Doug, I think one thing they're going to work on defensively is when Abe Lopez goes inside and he starts to come back with the hook, he gets very upright, does not make himself small, as the trainers say. They're going to have to work on crouching down either at the waist or bending at the knee. Even when you close distance, see, he's awfully upright. He does lend himself to be a little bit vulnerable to counter punches.
Well, that's what Oscar De La Hoya pointed out. He said that the chin is in the air when he delivers that hook, and what I'm noticing is before he delivers it, he drops it a little bit.
Yeah.
He drops it and then he fires it off.
Oh, what did Oscar say that Linares said?
Well, Linares said he would feint him and then catch him with his own hook, which Linares would.
You know what? Linares is Linares, though.
Yeah.
Fighters do what they can.
9th round, Abe Lopez, undefeated fighter. Got the black gloves with the white trunks. against veteran rugged fighter Sergio Lopez from Ensenada, Baja California Sur. Every time I hear that Baja California State, I just want to say hacksaw and think of 690 XP.
You know what? He just wanted to talk sports with you.
High-speed sports wire. Doug's scorecard, there you see him.
Abraham Lopez in firm command. I was nice to Mickey Lopez and made round 7 an even round. Lopez landed some nice shots in that round. There were some decent exchanges. The guy in command is Abraham Lopez, the unbeaten featherweight contender.
Stop!
And the hands for Mickey Lopez are starting to stay down. They're getting heavy.
Guys, look at the back and the side of Mickey Lopez. All that time on the ropes, you could actually see some of the rope burns right on the right side as he turns his back towards us.
Lopez does have a tattoo on the right side of a boxing glove. But that red boxing glove is also redder from the punches landed by Abe Lopez.
That's true.
Good left hook by Abe Lopez. And there's Mickey. He does have a little bit of that pop still, but only one shot at a time. Final seconds of the 9th round. The night where Abe Lopez looks like he's controlling it. Through 9.
César 10, esquina roja.
Into the corner of Mickey Lopez. He's game. And Abe Lopez, not too bad. Look at the replays from that 9th round.
Double jab followed by a straight right that connected for Abraham Lopez. Follows Mickey Lopez. Gets him against the ropes, landing that cuffing left hook.
The 10th and final round of our main event. Abraham Lopez coming out, a little bit of aggression. Trained by his father, Rafael Lopez, also Joel Diaz in that corner. Joel Diaz Jr. watching us online at UNLV. Appreciate the support. Future doctor. And they're just coming out swinging it, huh? Abe with the hook. Abe going to Coachella at times to get some sparring in. Mickey Lopez taking a deep breath every chance he can. Those body shots have added up. He's gonna feel those tonight, tomorrow. He's a construction worker. When he climbs that ladder, he's gonna feel them next week.
And he's earned his check tonight. I haven't scored a round for Sergio Lopez, but did his job as a journeyman. As you say, Steve, provided professional resistance.
I mean, this was good work tonight. I mean, Mickey Lopez was just game, just live enough to make Abe be alert. He got hit a few times.
This will keep Abraham Lopez sharp going into 2017. It'll also give him 10 rounds for he and his father and for Joel Diaz to review and look at and search out ways that they can improve his game, his technique.
Sergio Lopez, only a year older than Abraham Lopez, but you can see the battles on his face.
But he's been in very hard.
Yep. He likes it. And he's gonna go hard every single second of the fight. As you guys have taught me, this is what these young fighters need, these undefeated fighters. They need these kind of tests. They need those professional rounds, as you said, Steve.
Well, I mean, listen, when you fight at the upper level and you start fighting for titles, you have to do two things you're not expected to do as undercard fighters. That's A, make weight, no over-the-weight bouts, and then usually you're going to have long-distance fights. One thing about Abe Lopez, I think psychologically moving into 2017, Doug, as he said, when he is faced with a 10 or 12 round fight, there is that stuff. And mentally, he knows he's done it before. In fact, 2 times in a row now to close 2016.
He's controlled this bout from the opening bell. He's brought the fight to Nicky Lopez. He's attacked the body. He's gone upstairs, listened to his corner. A workmanlike effort from Abraham Lopez. Final 10 seconds. Nicky Lopez still right there with him. So this is the kind of fight he expected. This is the kind of fight we got, and they go the distance. 10 strong, solid rounds as the two fighters embrace. Abraham Lopez shakes the hand to the corner of Nicky Lopez. Another good embrace between the two. And Nicky he just spit out his mouthpiece right now. Like, so,
he's tired.
Of course, Soto Carrasco goes and picks it up. When you've gone 10 hard, you're going to spit out everything you can right now. Like, get these gloves off.
Yeah, he wants to get oxygen into his lungs. And it's also just a sign like, okay, I gave what I had. I'm done. It's time to relax.
The last show for 2016 on Ring TV, the Executive Vice President of Golden Boy Media and Entertainment, David Tatro. There you see the man with the headset, Will Wright, leading the way. Smooth, Panda, James. There you see that. It takes a village to run us three up here.
That's
and we
the
thank
squad.
you guys.
That's the squad
right there.
right
That is
there.
the backbone. It'd be, without them, we do not exist across the world. I can't see these tweets. There's Luis, always able to find the camera. Luis, never shy to find the camera, whether it's a Dodger game or USC. Sean, good Instagram account. Everybody there, thank you guys so much for what you do. You make it seem flawless, best in the business right there. Also, Scott Tatro, Vice President. And there you go. That's my man right there. We go back to Hawthorne Cable. We started out right there. If I only knew your name, Cisco. Oh, no, without him. We actually called a basketball game at Santa Barbara. One-man brand. I was play-by-play by myself. He was a camera guy. And look at us now.
Look at us now.
Look at us now.
Big time.
Exactly.
Big time.
But once again, without you guys, we are not possible. And also, everybody watching around the world. Canada, mentioned Australia, the UK, do appreciate it. And go to the Golden Boy YouTube page and you can see the files of everything there. Make sure you check out the Golden Boy Snapchat, the Instagram, the Facebook. Janine and Brenda do a great job getting everything up there for you. Joe Martinez, our ring announcer. Ted Spears, stage manager, right there next to him. And we are, Joe, you ready? Oh, you not quite? Joe, the camera's on you, wave. 4? All right. You're 40? You're 40 years old, huh, Joe? There you go, Abraham Leslie. Yes, we are having fun. It is our last Ring TV broadcast, but Golden Boy will be available December 16th in Fantasy Springs. December 17th, Mr. Boxing Guru, his tailgate will be out there early.
Oh, yeah.
Don't miss that out. There you go and check it out. You see Abe Lopez feeling pretty good about himself. You got the people in the balcony. Pride of La Puente. There's Carla Luston out, Director of Travel. Make sure everybody gets their hotels and their flights. I need a suite.
Vamos a los terrenos de los jueces. And now, fight fans, we go to the judges' scorecards. Here are the totals. El juez Zach Young anotó 100-90. Young has it 100-90. Y los jueces Dr. Lou Moret y Tomás Taylor anotaron el mismo 99-91. Moret and Taylor have it 99-91. All for your winner by unanimous decision. El ganador por decisión unánime. And still NABA featherweight champion from La Puente Califas, el chamaco, Abraham Lopez.
He stays undefeated. He is now 22-0-1. Abraham Chamaco Lopez. Vicente Fernandez. He's jamming. Crowd is feeling pretty good. And there you see him get his hand raised by Raul Caiz Sr. There's the 626 connection. And you see another embrace between he and Nicky Lopez. A good night of boxing, fellas.
You see the mutual respect between the two. Good work for Abraham Lopez. That belt right there, that's the NABA belt. That gives him a top 10 ranking in the WBA, and I'm sure Golden Boy Promotions, they're going to be looking at who is ranked
along with Abraham Lopez in that WBA top 10, and they're going to aim for one of those guys before going for a title.
We had 7 fights total. Oh, no, you can't do this. Ramon Ayala, Tragos Amargo. Now, this is the one, the 231 I taught you, when it's like, all right, everybody get out of my house.
All right. This is, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay
here.
here.
But you gotta go.
Yeah, right.
You just got to go. And Jessica Rosales is, no tragos amargos for you, Jessica Rosales. You're feeling pretty good on your first broadcast with Abe Lopez.
All right, guys. Now, Abe, you got to do something for me again because you put your hands up and the crowd went crazy. Put your hands up again for everybody here. Let's see it. I think that means that the crowd is very happy with the decision. Abraham, getting this kind of love from everybody tonight, what does that mean?
Oh, it means the world to me. You know what I mean? I'm where I am because of them, and you know what I mean? It means so much feeling the love, and it energizes me in the ring.
Definitely your fight tonight, but at what point did you feel like you were controlling it?
Oh man, maybe midway through the fight, I saw him slowing down, but he's a warrior and he kept throwing punches, and he wanted to win as well. So but I took the victory, and thanks to God, I won.
And I do know the problem last time, Joel was telling us you kind of overtrained, wanted to impress. How did you keep the emotions down to train exactly how you needed to for tonight?
I totally changed the training regimen. I felt better today than I did in the last fight, and it showed. I had control. I didn't want to rush into it, getting a knockout. Though my corner was telling me you can drop him, but a win's a win in my book.
And I know that in boxing, respect is a big thing. Sergio Lopez came over to you, raised your hand, and looked very emotional. What did you say to him?
We're neighbors. He lives in West Covina. I live in La Puente. So, I probably run into him, and he comes from another country trying to better his life for him and his family. So, I wish him the best, and today was my day, and I wish him the best.
Thank you so much, and of course, congratulations on the win tonight, Abraham. He stays undefeated. Guys, we're going to send it back to you ringside to wrap this up.
Great job all night, Jessica Rosales, getting us the interviews, getting us the ring reports from the side. And Edgar Valerio opening up the broadcast tonight, his 6th round KO of Guadalupe de Leon. He is now 9-0 for the kid from South Central Los Angeles. He looks strong. And then after that, in our co-feature, Oscar Negrete, undefeated. He had a 4th round KO. He is now 15-0. And then our main event, Abraham Lopez with the distance with Sergio Lopez. 7 fights on the card tonight. 6 of them were stoppages. We had wins from Todd Unthank-May, Francisco Esparza, Jousce Gonzalez, Niko Valdez. For everybody involved with Golden Boy Promotions, for my partners, Doug Fisher and Steve Kim, thank you for watching since 2016, and 2017 is only going to get better for Oscar De Loya, David Tetro, and Scott Tetro. An awesome job by Will Wright every single time. Good night from downtown Los Angeles. Two fighters who just gave it their all, left their hearts in the ring, and they put on a great show.